Check. Let's see. We're live. Space Dust, what's up? There's Twitch and there's YouTube. Let's go. G's in the building. Space Dust Cowboys in the building. Welcome into the live stream, y'all. We are just getting things flowing. We hopped on about 12 seconds ago. We're live right now on TikTok, we're live on Twitch, and we're live on YouTube. If y'all are coming in for the first time into the live stream, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. These are, if you don't know, the whole format of Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. So we are going to dive deep multiple times into your song, 2 to 3 listens through your song to get into the mix and master, production elements, sound design. We're going to get into the lyric and song formatting, so on and so on. We're going to spend about 20 to 30 minutes diving into the details and the nuances of what you do creatively. If that's something that would interest you, you can find all of the information. Colin, what's up? Colin, good to see you. Thank you for the likes. I appreciate it. Thank you for hopping in. If you would like to see more information on that or submit your music, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, type !submit right there in the chat. And if you're on YouTube, go to my description and click on the link from there, the description for the live stream. Digital Samurai's in the building. What's up, Digital Samurai? DS, it's good to see you. I hope y'all are doing amazing. Welcome into the live stream. Black Angus, welcome in as well. Ari's in the building over on Twitch. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic. Welcome in, welcome in. And for those of you who don't know, as we're getting some things moving here and we're just kickstarting the live stream, if you don't know who I am, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. So that is kind of the whole structure of this live stream. That is kind of the background and the perspective with which we approach doing these consultations. It's not a quick review. This is not like a 5-minute play and we tell you to get a better mix and we move on. It's not a quick review in any sense. It is a long-form breakdown. There's no trash or pass, there's no ratings, there's no polls, nothing like that. That's just not specifically the structure that we have here. So if you are wanting to get deep into the structure of your music, you're wanting to really get into the nuances and the details and get a professional second set of ears on what you're doing and get some actionable feedback, that's what this live stream is all about. Ari, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for hopping in. Is it Smousy? Am I saying that correctly? Let's see, I'm catching up on some people over here. Walking Through Ghost, thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. Actually, let me move over so I can see a little bit better over here. Glenn Dennis, welcome in, because I can't see all the chat on this side, so I gotta get another screen hopefully soon. But it's easier if I just pull this up on my phone. So give me one sec. One sec. Jamie's in the building. What's up, Jamie? Welcome in. Let's see. Perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure that I don't miss anybody if y'all are hopping into the live stream. Thank you all so much for tapping in. If you're over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Make sure you're liking the live, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send in your heart rate for the day. It does help out with the live stream. And also, of course, if you are Ari, we just started. We literally just hopped on, so we're wide open. Yes, Moya, thank you so much for hopping in. Chris, appreciate you being here. Dueling, welcome in. Sorry, I'm catching some of these names as we go. Chris, welcome into the live stream. I'm trying to keep up. We a lot of y'all just dropped by the live stream. So hopefully I didn't miss too many of you. But Ari, yeah, we just hopped on. So exclamation point, actually right above you with the Nightbot, you'll see exactly what you need right above you. Kong is in the building. What's up, Kong? Godpino, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Bray, thanks for joining the live stream. Y'all keep tapping the screen. And we'll get ready to get into some music here in just a bit. Father Ronald's in the building. Thank you so much for tapping into the live stream. Once again, if you would like to get a detailed long-form analysis and breakdown, excuse me, Jesus, of the structure of your music, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link. You'll see all the details right there. On Twitch, exclamation point submit. Ari, I just got you. So you're ready to go. Let me get that updated on the line. If you're on YouTube, just go to my description. Okay, let me update the line here. Give me just one moment and we'll get some things flowing here. Y'all talk to me though. How are y'all feeling today? What are y'all up to? Blake is in the building. What's up, Blake? Welcome into the live stream. I appreciate y'all tapping in for a minute, even if you're just hanging out for a moment. I got to update this. Give me 1 second. Probably 8 tracks total today. Torio, welcome in. CK, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. 8 tracks left. I think that's about what I can handle today, just with the projects that I've got. Yeah, Fugi's in the building. Thank you so much for being here. I hope I'm saying that right. Sorry if I'm butchering your name. If you're on TikTok, make sure you're tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. 8 tracks left. Let me get Ari up on the board. Ari, you're ready to go. I'll just wait for that email to come in. Verseless, welcome in to the chat. I appreciate you being here. Tammy, thanks for hopping in. How do you submit a song? Walking through Ghost. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on Track Talk Submission, and just make sure that you read through and follow all the details there, and we'll get you up on the board, ready to go. I just got Ari on the board, and I have a couple people that were coming in from yesterday. I'm going to get them in line as well. Ari, boom. Ari, you are set. You're set. You're ready to go. Steven, welcome in. Jan, how you feeling today? D. Draco, good to see you. Appreciate you hopping in. Welcome into the live stream, y'all. If you're coming in for the first time, let me know. If it's your first time here, let me know. I appreciate y'all being here. We're going to get moving with some consultations here, literally in just a few minutes. I've got Ari up on the board. Let me double check for your email. Let's see. Let me refresh everything over here. There's your email, Ari. I got you. I see you over on TikTok now too. Welcome over. Steven, welcome in. How you feeling? We'll get it to, we got to get to 2,000 likes before we kickstart the music. Lucas is in the building. Welcome back, Lucas. Welcome in. It's good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen. I've already got Ari up on the board, and I have your email all ready as well. And I have your track right here as well. Bond, thanks for hopping in. Uh-oh. What do you mean inactive tabs? What's going on here? Oh, there we go. Okay. It's having a weird email issue. Jenna, welcome in. Raycon, how you feeling today? Lucas is going pretty good. Just hopped on. We're just getting things flowing here. Just chatting with the chat for a second while we wait to get a couple things moving here. I got Ari. So Ari, you're completely set up. I have your email already pulled up, ready to go. Lucas, I hope you're doing amazing as well. Jenna, you as well. Make sure y'all are tapping the screen. We're already at 600 likes. I appreciate y'all so much. We're going to try to get to 2K. Joe Gray, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Okay, let me make sure I got all this moving over here really quick. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. Once again, if y'all are coming in for the first time, welcome to Track Talk. I'll give a couple spiels as we go throughout the live, as new people are coming in, and we're before we get into the consultations and stuff like that. So if you have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. My name's Torvik. This is a long-form consultation for artists, producers, engineers, musicians, songwriters, vocalists, whatever it may be. The whole entire structure of this live stream is based around a long-form consultation. So each time that anybody sends in a track, we typically spend 20 to 30 minutes, multiple is like 2 to 3 listens through the song to get into the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure. We're going to get into the details and the nuances of your music. It is not a quick play. It's not a quick review. Like I said, 20 to 30 minutes, multiple listens. When your song is on the stage, we're going deep. We're spending some time on it. We're not rushing through it. So we want to make sure that we're getting into as much detail and as much nuance as possible, so you get as much value as possible. Again, long form, not just like a quick play. And for those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. It's what I do for a living. Done that for about 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. That's kind of the foundation of a lot of my music theory and training early on. And then got obviously much more into the production and engineering space, probably, quite a few years after that. But I've worked as an engineer for about 13 plus years after a 2.5-year private mentorship in a studio by one of the professors of the Audio Engineering Institute in San Antonio when it was active, those were fun times. But I appreciate y'all hopping in. That is kind of the perspective that we do these consultations from. It's not just a quick review. Sir Brandon Lee, thank you so much for the follow. I'll catch up on Zoom questions here in a second. This is not a quick review. There is no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. This is not a hype live. It's not just an exposure live. That's not the context that we're coming from. There's a lot of great places for that. There's a lot of places where they're there to try to garner exposure, or they're there to either hype you up or roast you or whatever it may be. That's just not, particularly what I like to do. I like the details. I like getting into the nuances. I like really diving into the structure of the music and offering a professional ear, but also actionable feedback, real, genuine, actionable feedback. So if that's interesting to you, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, just type !submit right there in the chat. If you're on YouTube, just go to my description for the live stream. You'll see all of the same link right there. Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate it. This is actually, shameless plug. This is actually the artwork that Libby made for Paper Planes, and you can actually buy it. Actually, we don't really promote it too much, but it is a cool shirt. Sir Brandon Lee, thank you so much for hopping in once again. And thank you for, I just saw the hand heart as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate that a lot. Welcome in, man. I appreciate the love and I appreciate your generosity. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. That is how you enter the board. That is how you get yourself up on the board. We got Ari on the board already. Thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate that greatly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Jenna. I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot. Let me double check a few things here. Let me make sure I've caught up on some questions. Let's see. Bantha, am I saying that correct? Yeah, Bantha, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate that so much. I want to recommend my band, Kinsik. We are thrash groove metal from Mexico. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, same thing I just told Brandon. If you would like to submit, just go to my profile, click on the link, and we'll get you up on the board. We'll get you moving in the right direction. I appreciate y'all hopping in. I see some new people coming into the chat. Thank you so much for being here. Talk to me a little bit. We're going to get moving with some music here and just, we're already at 2K. Jesus. Y'all are amazing. Thank you for tapping the screen. It's time for some music then. But y'all drop some questions in the chat, drop some comments. What are y'all doing? What are y'all up to? What is today? Tuesday? No, it's Friday. What the hell? Why did I say Tuesday? That's where about where my brain is at these days. Goodness gracious. It's nowhere near Tuesday. God damn it. All right. It's Friday. I don't know what time is, y'all. This is horrible. I have no clue what time means and what day of the week it is. When you're just like working constantly, it doesn't make a difference. I'm like, I don't know. I'll be working tomorrow too. I forgot it was Friday too, Lucas. No, seriously. I literally was like, what is it? Tuesday, Wednesday? Oh, it's Friday. Makes no difference to me. Saturday's tomorrow. CZ, thank you so much. If I'm saying that correctly, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Mystic, welcome in. Django, welcome in. If you're on TikTok, keep tapping the screen. We did some giveaways. Fool on a Hill, good to see you as well. We did some credit giveaways yesterday. Derek, welcome in. It's good to see you. Derek Wayfield, thanks for hopping in. We did some credit giveaways yesterday. I would love to do that again today as well. We're already at 2,500 shares. If we can get to 15,000 likes. We're already almost a third of the way there. Y'all are crushing it with the likes. Thank you for tapping the screen. If we can get to 15,000 likes, we'll give away a spot on the board too, which is at least 10 in credit to get you up there with a free submission as well. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Maybe Jenna, maybe you could, and you could support someone with it. You could give it to a musician, an artist, a producer. That'd be amazing. All right, it's time for some music. We're gonna go in and kick it off, y'all. Thank y'all so much for hanging out with us today. It's my buddy's song. Just wanted to share a good song. Didn't need a full breakdown. Yeah, no worries at all. No worries at all. There's some really, really cool places here on TikTok, especially for just like the spin, like the radio spin, the quick play or whatever, all that stuff. There's a lot of really, really cool communities on there for stuff like that. It's not particularly what I do. And I want to stay strict with kind of the effort that I'm putting into just like supporting independent artists, producers, musicians, and vocalists and stuff like that. But I appreciate the love so much, man. And absolutely anytime, if you ever want to submit, man, we're always here. We're always here. Of course, Jenna. I appreciate it. All right, let's get into some music. It's time for some music. Once again, last spiel before we get into it. We got Ari in the building. We're going to dive into our first consultation here. Let me go ahead and pull up this link here. Let's see. Oh, no. Got Who Decides It's Over featuring Lizzie King. This is a demo. Ari, give me all of the details. We're about to kickstart the consultation. So once again, before we start diving into the music, if you are on TikTok and you would like to submit for a 20 to 30 minute multiple listen deep dive consultation on your music, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. Ari, I see you over on TikTok. It's the same camera, but I see you over on TikTok too. Thanks for hopping in. It's good to see you. Let's get into it. He's on both. All right, let's dive in, man. This is Who Decides It's Over featuring Lizzie King. Let me see if there's anything in the email here. This is self-produced and unmixed right now. So self-engineered, self-produced, so on and so on. But currently what we are listening to is unmixed. This has not been mixed, so it's just produced. Let's get into it. Trevor, welcome in as well. Let's dive in. Who Decides It's Over featuring Lizzie King. This is a demo by Classic Ari. Is this 5/4? Yeah, it is. Come on, 5/4. Yeah. I love that. Nice. Ooh, nice voice. course, Jenny, of course.
It's over. Wait a minute, don't change now. Back up what you're saying to me now. Make up for the time lost. How? Don't turn to me and ask me how.
This is nice, Ari.
When you said you leave me, baby, how? Back up what you're saying to me now. Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over?
I love that you put it in 5/4 for this hook.
Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over?
What's up, Logan? Morgan, welcome in. It's like a warm blanket, man. This is beautiful.
Didn't think I'd walk out the door, but you beat me down and I hit the floor. Can't take this from you anymore. We were burning ash on the ground. Baby, please let's stop fucking around. I'll back up what I'm saying to you now.
Yeah, it does. Judge Holden, welcome in. Love this so much, Ari. This is great. It's a great movie track. What's up, Joe? Man, y'all show some love. That's a Brooke. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is classic Ari, Who Decides It's Over, featuring Lizzie King. I love the layers in Lizzie's vocals right there. Just beautiful light texture in the high octave above your main vocal. Absolutely fantastic. Love the 5/4 signature. Picked up on that right away. Such a great movement and tension in the song. It feels really resolved and it feels really warm to listen to, but that 5/4 kind of keeps you on the edge of the seat a little bit because it doesn't quite resolve the time signature. So it feels really, I don't know, it got a lot of like tension and a lot of great energy to it. So I'm excited to dive into it. Let's get into some of the production elements, some pre-balancing before you get into engineering this. David, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Let me know really quick too if you are going to be self-engineering this or if you're going to be working with an engineer. The production on this is fantastic. It's so clean and so simple and so warm to listen to, even without it being mixed. I think my biggest initial like gut response is just don't over mix it. You know what I mean? Like this is one of those songs where a lot of your intuition in your early production and your tracking here, I think is so good. It's so tasteful. When you have good taste, I think to me, that is the vast majority of what really matters in your music. Having good taste and the right ideas that people want to gravitate towards and listen to. You have great taste and great structure here. So I absolutely love what you're doing. My like first little tip, which is not even really a technical tip, is don't overdo it. Like don't over mix it. Don't over polish. Keep it kind of raw and organic and very warm to listen to. It's a beautiful, beautiful song structure. Your hook is so simple. I'll mix it most likely. Beautiful. Okay. So let's get into a couple little nuggets in here, a couple little details. Just since I know this is not mixed at all so far, we'll just get into some details of maybe some things to look for as you go towards the mix process. But man, you're so talented. This might be my favorite song. I've heard, for those of you who don't know, I've actually heard quite a few songs from Ari. Randy, welcome in as well. Cookie Monster, good to see you. I see Acoustic Gymnastics. Thank you so much for hopping in as well. I love your music, and this might be one of my favorites that I've heard from you, man. Incredibly well done. Let's start it from the top. Once again, if y'all do want to submit for Chase Samples, welcome in. Good to see you, man. No, this is our first song. We just hopped on. Just hopped on. If y'all would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, !submit. If you're on YouTube, go to the description. Of course, Acoustic Gymnastics. PD, welcome in as well. I appreciate you hopping in. All right, let's get back into this track as we always do. Once again, this is Who Decides It's Over by Classic RE featuring Lizzie King. Everything that you hear in this production was done by him. Everything that you hear was done by him, outside of Lizzie's vocals, of course, which were done by Lizzie. Makes sense. It adds up. All right, let's get into it. Let's run it from the top. Thank you so much, Acoustic. I appreciate it.
Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over?
I'm gonna run it back from the top, man. Man, it's so tasteful. It's so good. I brought in collaborators for some of the other instruments, but arrangement is it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. You should be so proud of this. I'm gonna run it back from the top. There's a couple things I want to listen for. So a couple quick, just like things I want you to look for as you get into the mix, right? So it's not necessarily, this just isn't mixed. This is a demo. Noki, welcome in. It's just a demo. It's not mixed. So I don't necessarily mean it as like a correction on what's here because you just haven't even gotten there yet. But I want to give a few things that I would listen for so that you can kind of break it down once you get into the mix stage. One of the things I want you to be careful of, just because this is a really, really warm, saturated sound. Beautiful, love it. Like I said, it's like a warm blanket for your ears. It's so good. I love it so much. The thing I would be careful of is low end buildup. You do have a pretty hefty saturation on those drums. I love the breakup that happens there. I love the really musical harmonics that happen there, but you also do need to be aware of how that might inflate certain frequencies and introduce more fullness and harmonics that might make it a bit heavier sounding, a little bit thicker sounding. Pros and cons to that, but you might want to do some very small corrective EQ on the other side to make sure that it doesn't get muddy, it doesn't get boomy. Same with the guitars, tonally on the guitars, beautiful. I love the tone, I love the positioning, sounds gorgeous. Just be careful of the far low end of that, paired with the far low end of the drums, paired with the far low end of the strings. You know what I mean? There can be some frequency buildup when the bass comes in. That fills out a lot of energy, especially below 800 hertz. So you get a lot of kind of inflation. I'll double check. I got you, Chase. Thank you, man. You get a lot of inflation down there that it kind of loses some of the distinction of the different elements, right? So you have, these beautiful basses, these beautiful low cellos over there, your guitar, and of course the drums and some other elements that are happening there. If there's too much energy down there, you might just need to carve some really specific spaces, like maybe just get that guitar cut underneath like 90 to 100 hertz if you haven't already. Maybe even the drums, one thing that can be helpful with drums like this is post your saturation, cutting like 50 to 60 hertz and below. I promise you, you're still going to get like a big punch and a big bellowy kick, kind of a soft felted kick if that's what you're looking for, really dead drum style. But without all of the muddiness and boom and like subharmonics, right? Like you don't really need a lot before that because you have a beautiful finger bass that's going to be taking care of a lot of that far low end, especially like 60 hertz and below. Any of those like subharmonics, you're going to get a lot of that there. So you might want to kind of pick and choose. Yeah, just to get my low end tight. Exactly, just to get your low end tighter. Meg, thank you so much for hopping in, Meg. I really appreciate that. Exactly like they said, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. That's the name of the live stream. I should see all of the details right there. So what I would do is, take out some of that rumble from the low end of the guitar if you haven't already. Maybe carve 50 to 60 hertz and below off of that kick or the low end of your drums. You'll still get plenty of fullness because it's so saturated and full and muted. And then same with some of the other instruments. Just start to kind of carve out some of the different spaces here so that everything can live in its own space. This isn't always the answer, by the way, too. Sometimes there's some benefit to the fullness and the tension that is created by even like some sense of mud, some sense of some colliding of different frequencies and instruments that are in the mix, right? So I'm not someone who likes to be too surgical, right? Because sometimes it takes the vibe out of it. I don't want you to be robotic. Like I was saying before, my first response to this song was don't overproduce it. Don't overmix it. Don't be too surgical with it. But I guess my main point would be aware of how the stages of your processing are affecting your signal. You might have like EQ'd early on, but then you compressed it, maybe, threw an LA2A on there, inflated it a little bit, added another EQ, like a Pultec on there, gave it some low end, and then added some saturation, and that gave you even more harmonics and more fullness. And the next thing you know, you have kind of reintroduced a lot of the life that maybe you tried to be a little bit more subtractive with early on, right? So you got to kind of decide how you're going to process and in what form and what direction you're going to process as well. So I've never EQ'd post saturation. Yeah. And it can just be, again, be subtle with it, be tasteful with it, but it can be just a way like you're introducing a little bit more fullness. Now you can control it just a little bit more. Those stages of control can be really important as long as you don't rob yourself of the life of the track and rob yourself of the natural dynamics of the track there too. Because tonally, I love what's going on, but you're definitely getting some kind of inflated low end here. So that's one thing I would listen for. Let's get into the track though. Definitely getting some in the guitar too. So like make sure that guitar can sit in a space with a bass underneath it, and then they're not all full spectrum, right? So just be tasteful with that, be careful with that. Beyond that though, I think you're in a really good spot as far as like sonics go. You're awesome, man. Kraken, welcome in. Got you, Chase. 10, welcome in. This is beautiful here though.
Wait a minute, don't change now. Back up what you're saying to me now. Make up for the time lost.
Love the double on the love the double on the vocal there. It's so tasteful. You have that nice, like kind of like almost like a tight plate on there too. I love the doubling on the vocal. It's so smooth, so clean. It's, you have some really cool influences on your vocal here that I'm loving to hear. It's very, very well done. Beautiful. Like I said, just don't be too surgical with this, especially when it comes to the vocals, because they're sitting in a really nice place right now. Very forward, but you have a lot of ambiance and a lot of depth to them. So I wouldn't touch this too much.
Don't turn to me and ask me how.
Christ K, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
Back up what you're saying to me now.
Yeah, the slide is beautiful. It's beautiful, man. You did such a good job. Such a good job with it. I cannot wait to. This is not mixed. This is a demo. I can't wait to hear it mixed. Structure is beautiful. Vocal performance is amazing. You're crushing it, man. Very, very well done. Like I said, just a couple little things you could do to polish as you're getting through the mix stage there, so that things don't get too built up, too muddy, too boomy. But what a beautiful song, man. It's very well formatted, and I'm obsessed with the simplicity of the hook. The simplicity of that message and the simplicity of the way that you perform that, the melody, the repetition. It's going to be so catchy for people that come across this song. It's so simple yet so cleanly formatted. Beautiful.
It's over. Who decides it's over? Who decides?
The 5/4 is just it's a cherry on top for me. I love those little quirks, man. Beautiful.
It's over.
Finn, welcome in.
Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over? Who decides it's over?
Beautiful cello.
Didn't think I'd walk out the door.
Such a tasteful lift there from Lizzie's vocal. It doesn't overwhelm the mix, but it adds a great texture at the top of your vocal. Very tastefully done, man.
Can't take this from you anymore.
Simon, welcome in.
We were burning ash on the ground. Baby, please,
Hey, welcome back. Good to see you. So good. Y'all's voice. I'm gonna go back. I want to go back through this verse just selfishly because I just want to hear it again without me interrupting the whole time. It is our second listen, so the point is that I interrupt a little bit. But y'all's vocals work so well together. The blend, the octave, it is so well done. I am a fan. You and Lizzie King need to do more stuff together. It's so good. S, welcome in. Could you listen to John Riley and the Antidote Drowning, please? S, if you would like to submit some music, there is a form to do it. It's really, really simple. You just send the email and send the credit, but just go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. If you follow those steps there, then we'll get you up on the board. We have this song, and then we have Chase Samples up on the board. And if y'all ever need to look at the line, just let me know and I can throw it up really quick. It's just, I got to switch scenes here really quick, and it's pretty easy though. So if you need to see the order, but we just got started. This is our first song, so things are pretty open. Okay, let me back it up. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that so much. Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Didn't think I'd walk out the door, but you beat me down and I hit the
Slide's
floor.
gorgeous.
Can't take this from you anymore. We were burning ash on the ground. Baby, please let's stop fucking around.
So
I
good.
got what I'm saying to you now.
I mean, I'm sure you have a lot of different influences, but I could see like in the future you being able to do some work with like Joe and Phineas, and it has this like really natural organic texture, tasteful layers, interesting but very like organic acoustic instrumentation, a balance of acoustic and electric instrumentation, as well as some synthesis and some modulation in there that just is, man, it's pretty. It's just pretty music. Twisted, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. It's really, really pretty, man. Little resonant sweeps in the background there too. I like it. Yeah. And what happens? If for some reason, sometimes TikTok's a little tricky. We love you, TikTok, but you're a little tricky sometimes. If for whatever reason it's not opening or something, hold down on the link and hit open in browser. If for some reason it's not working, it's just, I don't know, it just randomly happens 99.9% of the time. It's like fine. For whatever reason, they put the link there. I don't know why it's an issue, but just hold down on it and say open in browser. Sometimes that fixes it. Beautiful harmonies. Yeah, and for one, I know you just probably like printed this in order to like get a demo out and be able to kind of see where it's at. But of course, I would have a more, this sounds silly even saying it, but a more natural ending structure where maybe even you come down to just like the piano and the cellos at the end there and then fade from there 7 to 8 seconds. Or of course, do a natural cut right after that last over and just let it ring with like a, 2 to 3 second room or something like that, and just let it open up naturally there, so it's not so abrupt at the end of the file. But I'm sure you're hyper aware of that. That's not like the file cut right there. That way it's just a little bit more of a natural outro. But man, please show some love to classic Ari. Ari, this is, I think, is like by far my favorite song of yours. It's really beautifully and tastefully done. I love so many things about the structure, the vocal performance, the layers, what Lizzie is doing with those high octaves and those harmonies on those last hooks. The cello, I mean, it's like a lot of my favorite things in a song all at once. It sounds beautiful. Like I said twice already. It's like a warm hug. I love it so much, man. You should be incredibly proud of this structure that you created, of the instrumentation that you curated, as well as what you were able to produce on your own in your vocals. It's so, so, so good. So y'all, please give it up one time for classic Ari. That song is Who Decides It's Over, featuring Lizzie King. Of course. Yeah, literally, I think one of the only things that I would be watchful of is that low end build up, especially earlier on, but over your hooks and stuff like that, man. Wildly talented, beautiful voice, beautiful songwriting. Y'all give it up for classic Ari. We got some more music, I have an assumption based on who submitted the next for the next consultation that we're about to go wildly in the other direction. Chase Samples, hop in the chat. Both of these artists, I've heard plenty of their music before. I've heard them many, many different times. I have a pretty well, a pretty valid assumption, but we're about to go far in the other direction. Yeah, this is my happiest song. Knowing Chase, we're about to move a different direction. Wake up, everybody. Okay, let me get this opened up here. And just a quick reminder, if y'all would like to submit for a consultation, if you are looking for a 20 to 30 minute deep dive, detailed breakdown of the structure of your music, you would like some help with your mix and master, you want a second set of ears on your production and sound design, you want, a second set of ears on your lyric and song formatting, whatever it may be. If you're looking for a long form consultation, then go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on Track Talk Submission, and you should see all of the details that you need there in order to submit your music and get yourself up on the board. We got Chase Samples in the building. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see. Razi, thank you. Or Razifi, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Can I just comment in here? You still have to follow the whole submission process though, Dion. Time Mind's in the building. What's up, Time? Yeah, you still have to follow it. If it's not working, go to Instagram. Go to Instagram, go to Twitch, go to YouTube. It's the same link on all of those. But you have to follow the full submission process for me to get you on there. Torvik, on the scale of 1 to your mustache, how good is your day going? It's going pretty great, actually, Time Mind. It's going pretty great, I'll be honest with you. It's been a good day. It's been very productive. I was able to do a really, really detailed offline consultation with a client of mine where I've been helping him work out his mix and master on a record. He's actually another artist called Ari. He's a really talented artist, man, a super, super talented artist. I got through that earlier in the day, got some updates on a production that I'm working on for a client. I was revising some things for that one. So I've been working on the rest of that. It's a really, really long form project. So I've been working through that one. I also am testing out a PA in here. So I got all of that powered up and cleaned up. So it was given to me in pretty horrible condition. So I'm like cleaning out the fans for it right now, making sure all of the power supplies work, making sure that I've got everything working there. So I've got I think it's a 1801 sub, so a big 18-inch sub, and then 2 Mackie speakers and a Maxi mixer that I'm picking up. The Maxi mixer, Mackie mixer is like brand new. I've had that for a long time. I just never really used it. It just didn't work in my workflow here in the studio. It's a small one, but I'm gonna either just sell that as a big PA set, or maybe I'll rent it out to DJs and event venues and stuff like that, because it's a pretty hefty PA setup. But I gotta like test it in my house. That's gonna be the fun part. Is like how do I test out the depths of this thing in this tiny little 20-foot room here. But it's about to be loud in here tomorrow when I test it out. It's gonna be loud in here, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. All right. Let's get into can't access the what does it say what do you mean you can't access it? What do you mean you can't access it? What is it saying? Did I tell you an old college buddy of mine was given Prince's live concert? No way. Was that the Neve? Or am I thinking of MJ? Am I thinking of the old Neve console? It's over. All right, let's get into this next track. We've got Chase Samples in the building. Hold on, let me just make sure I got this updated here. What's his last was the old Midases are great. It's kind of a shame. That Midas it didn't really take a turn, but they really like Midas used to be like one of the gold standards. Like I remember like going and doing like live sound for like churches and stuff like that, and live sound for like different venues and whatever. That's a lot of my start was in live sound initially. I did a lot of production growing up. I did a lot of like music stuff, just playing all the instruments and stuff growing up. But when I actually got trained in audio engineering, a lot of it was actually live sound. It was really fun. It was a great experience as well. Really, really good experience. But at that time, like Midas was it. Like Midas, man, it was like, I mean, we'd be going to these different places and be like $150,000 huge, like, 180 channels of this crazy consoles. And it was it. And now they're kind of like, I have a Behringer mixer in here that I just got to interface the drums and use the channel strip before I send it to my interface. And I just do direct outs from there. But I just like being able to play with some of the inline compression and some of like the British EQs and stuff. It just kind of, sometimes it gives you the right color, or I can just bypass it. But anyways, I have it, and it has Midas preamps. And I'm like, this is a 16 channel like $350, $400, maybe $450 mixer or something like that. And it's got Midas preamps, and they just kind of diluted, the reputation that they had as such a top shelf. I mean, it happens with every company. I mean, it happened with SSL. It happened with Universal Audio. Like, they all have started to have to do this with cheaper plugins, cheaper interfaces to make it to a more prosumer consumer market. So I get it. I get it. But at the same time, man, those old Midas were something special. They were something special. Okay, Tree, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Let me catch up on a few things. Let me see. Let me pull up Chase. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up Chase Sample's track as well. I love them. I've had two of them. Time out. In my the hub of my studio is an Arturia interface. It's an Arturia Audio Fuse 16 rig. It's one of my favorite interfaces in the world. Super clean conversion. Great. I've got 32 ins and outs. Incredible algorithm for routing, digital routing inside of the interface. So I don't, basically a built-in stage for all of that. It's amazing. I love it so much. It's a great interface. But when I'm on the go, if I'm like mixing on the go or need to produce on the go and stuff like that, I have a Volt 4 that I use when I'm on the go, that allows me to get at least 4 channels in if I'm bringing a guitar, some mics, a couple synths or something like that. And I love it. I used to have a Volt 2, now I have a Volt 4, and it, to me, is some of the cleanest preamps that I've ever heard. Good build quality for that price. I've had an Apollo 2, and I like the Volt, man, for half the, for if you're looking at like a solo versus a twin or whatever, for half the price, a third the price. Flathead, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Dinosaur, welcome in. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all, and I'll answer some more questions here in just a second. That song's gonna be stuck in my head forever. Nando's in the building. What's up, Nando? Good to see you. All right, where's the email? Hold on. Oh, there it is. Okay, sorry, I forgot I had something searching here. Let me get this. Give me 1 second. Let me get this downloaded, and then I'll look at some questions here in a second as well. And just quick reminder as well, if y'all are wanting to welcome in Nando, welcome in from Portugal. Where are y'all from? We were global yesterday. We had people literally all over the world, like almost every continent yesterday when we were live. So y'all tell me where you're from. Welcome in from Portugal. I appreciate you so much. I got you. I have a question just about a UHF XLR wireless adapter for my microphone. Is that good? I'm not really familiar with UHF. Lisbon, let's go. I appreciate you hopping in. It's so good to see you in here. I hope you're having a great day. I don't have any. Birmingham, UK, let's go. Y'all, I literally cannot talk today. So I am so sorry for butchering literally everything that I say. Birmingham. Bring that back. Jesus Christ. I quit. I'm not talking anymore. Nando, thank you for the follow. UK. I can say UK. Jesus. My brain's not working today, and it's actually driving me insane. It's actually driving me quite nuts. God damn it. Mads, thank you for hopping in. I can say that. Chi-Chi, welcome in. I can say that. No, words aren't wording. The words are not working. The voice is not voicing. Dion, I do not have any experience with UHF. Where'd you get it? Where'd you get the UHF? I'm not familiar. Is that from another company that I'd be familiar with, or is it like from Amazon or something cheaper like that? Let me know. Kay, welcome in. I appreciate you. It's over. It's over. Cascais? Am I saying that correctly? Probably not. Hope I'm not saying anything crazy. All right, hold on. Let me get this updated here really quick. Okay, we have, whoa, what a name for a track. We have Chase Samples in the building. Still in your head is such a good sign. Mads, thank you so much for hopping in as well. I appreciate you being. Okay, really quick before we get into this next This next song right here from Chase Samples. If you are looking for a console, so what we do here at Track Talk, the whole format of what we're doing here, even though I can't talk and it's not helping my case, even though language is not working for me, what we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute consultations. So we're helping out artists and producers and musicians and songwriters and engineers, so on and so on. The structure of what we do here are usually 20 to 30 minute multiple spin, multiple listen breakdowns of the structure of your music. So we're diving into mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song formatting. We're going to get into the details and the nuances of your music. And the goal is to give specific, professional, and actionable feedback on the structure of your music and what you're doing creatively. So if that is interesting to you, if that's something that you feel like would be valuable for what you're doing with your music and your creativity, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, right now we're live on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok. If you're on Twitch, go to my, just type !submit in the chat. If you're on YouTube, go to my description. You'll see the same link over there. All right. That's how you send music. I appreciate y'all having. Love is in the building. What's up, Love? Thank you so much for hopping in. Ibanez fan fret 7-string, Odenholm. Let's see, Thal amp, Dingwall 5 combustion, Joey Sturgis. But you're just saying words. You're just saying Chase. Chase is just trying to throw me off because I said I couldn't talk. So this is one of the. Honestly, it's because I haven't done the thing that helps me focus a little bit more. It's my ADHD will just my thoughts they're floating away, they're fluttering away. Chase said he wanted to give me the gear list, but he's just saying shit. He's just saying random words, trying to throw me off my game. All right, Ibanez fan fret 7-string, Odenholm Thal amp, Dingwall 5 combustion, Joey Sturgis bass forge, Odenholm drums. Got it. Got it. I know. I don't have anything like that. I just have like a couple supplements that just help me out. There's some random shit, but I don't even have anything that good. I don't even have anything. I need it. I just haven't been to the doctor in forever. Jolie, welcome in. Jolie, thank you so much for hopping in. I need help. All right, let's get into it. Retrack, welcome into the live stream. It's chaos in here. This song is called, hold on, before it drops, we have a deep name for this track. This is called Burn in Hell. That's the name of this track, and I know it's about to get heavy. It's about to get heavy. Let's go. This is Burn in Hell by Chase Samples. Chase Samples. What's up, Retrack? Welcome in, man. We've done a couple. Check your messages on Instagram live. What's up, John? Welcome in. Nasty. What's up, Peter? Oh yeah, I remember that riff. Flapper, welcome in. you gonna get vocals on this as well? This is only our second consultation live. Nasty. Tone is crazy. You're gonna have vocals on here, right? Come on, man. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is the one, the only Chase Samples right here in the chat. One of the family, one of the OGs. Nick will be on there for sure. Dude, I can already hear it. It's like I feel like I can hear half the song in my head. He's got such an amazing voice. I can't wait to hear what he's able to do over this production, man. Really, really powerful stuff. Tonally fantastic. Especially this last 45 seconds here at the end is so guttural. It's so much texture. This song will have zero clean sing. I can imagine. Greg Scott, welcome in. Is it Fleppa? Thank you so much for being here. If you would like to submit, if anyone would like to submit for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, ! Submit. If you're on YouTube, then go to the description of the live stream and you'll see all the details there. It's all the same link, all leads to the same place. Thank you for the follow, Fleppa. I appreciate it so much. Are you playing music through your computer monitors? I am not. Does it sound like I am? TikTok. What's going on TikTok? Hold up. King Rome, welcome in. Let me see. It was glitching. Try swiping out and swiping back. It was glitching. Try swiping out and swiping back. It's clear for me now. It's all the same. It's all the same source. It's all coming from the same place. Only when the song plays. Okay, hold on. Was it the whole time or just random? Yeah. Does this sound weird? Just what's good? Just finished another, sorry, the chat's moving. Track from an hour. Ooh, let's go, man. Let's go. It's fine. Yeah, it's just TikTok being TikTok, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it happens. Yeah. Try swiping out, try swiping back in, try closing out your app, try closing out your ass. Try closing out, God damn it today. Try closing out the app and hopping back in, and maybe it'll clear it for you and you can get back in. Try closing out your ass and see what happens. Return to the studio next week. Let's go, King Rome. I love to hear it. Rose, thank you for the follow. Y'all are coming on a brutal day. I'm sorry, my brain is literally not working today. I'm doing my very best, but nothing. Yeah, tried that and it didn't work. Yeah. Oh my God. B-row 6 inside out, upside down, right side up. Yeah, it's chaos over here. Let's get back into the track before my mind goes to mush and I can't even think straight. I don't know what's going on today, y'all. It's just one of those days, but it's fine. I need more caffeine. What's a good all-around synth VST? To me, it kind of depends on what you're going for. Some of my favorite are the ones from Arturia and Roland. So I do a lot with that. So obviously, I have a lot of the synths that the VSTs are emulating, and I like to just use those depending on the structure of what I'm doing. But the Arturia ones are great. They're expensive, but those are great as well. The 1975 synths. Yeah. So if you like 1975, the Strike, the Midnight, stuff like that, you basically just probably want some analog emulations from synths in the 80s. You know what I mean? Synths in the 70s and 80s. I think Arturia is probably your best bet from that. They're expensive. They're like $600, but for the set or whatever, but you can I think you can do monthly payments through Splice and through some other services and stuff like that. But those are great. I mean, you're going to get everything. You're going to get Junos, Junos and Jupiters. You're going to get ARP 2600s. You're going to get a bunch of different Korg emulations, MS-20s, like whatever. You're going to get a whole bunch of different stuff. CS-80s, all kinds of different synths from there. Tons of them. DX7, D50, all of the classic sounds that those bands are using. That's going to be right there in your wheelhouse. Another one that's pretty easy if you want to stick with like one brand. I also have even though I have a lot of stuff here, I also have a subscription to Roland's synths. And so through Roland Cloud, I think it's like $20 a month, something like that. You also get, the Roland, that's your JV, 80s, the JV 1080s, your JXP3s, your all the different like Jupiter 4, Jupiter 8, Juno 60, Juno 106, stuff like that. So and those are a lot of the classics. Those are a lot of like a lot of people are looking for tonally, sonically. But I think Arturia is probably, if you can find like a whatever you would call it, yeah. Check them out and take a, yeah, 100%. If there's like one you could get, I would probably do Arturia. Like I said, it's expensive, but you can pay like $25 a month for like 2 years or something like that. And that will give you the whole pack. I think when it's already done, but I think when I did it, it was through Splice and it was like rent to own kind of. So I paid like, I don't know, $27 a month, $25 a month for like 2 years. And then I owned the whole pack and I have them all. And then I have 70 different synth plugins that I can use in tandem to what I have here in the room, which is really nice. Some say Torvik lost his sense of smell, and it's because his hearing to compensate on a superhuman level. That might be true, although I can still smell it. Stank. Kimura, welcome in. It's good to see you, Kimura. Thank you so much for hopping in. Good to see you, bro. Thanks for being here. No, you're totally good. Henning, thank you so much for hopping in as well. I appreciate you being here. If y'all would like to submit for a consultation, which we're going to get into another one here in just a second, we're actually halfway through one. If you would like to submit for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You can see and read through all of the details there. Kumar, it's so good to see you. Thank you so much for the roses, man. I appreciate your generosity. Thanks for that. We are going to do a giveaway as well. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen. You have to share out the live with a few people, and we're going to do a credit giveaway at 15,000 likes. We're already halfway there. So at 15,000 likes, we're going to give away some credit to get y'all up on the board. So if you would, make sure that y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me for the day. It does help the live out quite a bit just by even doing that. I appreciate y'all being here so much. Let's get into this track. This is Burning Hell by Chase Samples. Let's run it from the top, man. Let's get into the details here. I'm excited for you to get this to Nick as well. He's a beast of a vocalist. Betsy, welcome in. Good to see you. Let's get it. Phenomenal. I use it all the time. It's great. That's an FM synthesizer. So if that's the sound, if you're looking for a synth you can't see it from here, but I have a DX21 actually here in the studio, like an analog one. It's FM synthesis. So if you are looking for, some really, really good bass sounds, good, like kind of like plucky, tiny chords, some other nice lead elements, you want like really shiny, shimmery synth sounds, the DX series, the DX7, DX5, DX21, DX27, those are all really, really good. The DX7 is the most popular. I really want to get one. I'm going to try to sell my DX21 and get a DX7 now. It's fantastic if that's what you're looking for. If you're looking for more broad, like just, synthesis, and you want to be able to do chords, you want to be able to do leads, you want to be able to do pads and stuff, I would look for something more like the Juno. The Juno or a Jupiter. Those do those just really, really well. All right, it's time to focus. We got Chase Samples in the building. Come on. JP, welcome in. McLovin, welcome in. Harmonics are great, man. Nasty. Welcome back, Kimura. So full, it's so noisy, it's got so much energy to it. And again, I've actually heard this song before, previous to Chase retracking some of this with some new gear, new plugins, stuff like that. Man, it feels so much more dynamic and also just so much more harmonic. It just feels like there's so much more information throughout these riffs than it was before. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the last time I heard it too, that it just felt cleaner. It felt more like sharp and like distinct. Here it feels full and harmonic and just crazy alive. It's got so much information in every single one of those riffs. They're fuzzy, they're loud, they're noisy. It's really well executed. Main tuning is drop G sharp on a 7. Last breakdown is pitched to D. I'm really just looking forward to the last breakdown. Last breakdown is killer. It was adding that doesn't, I mean, that's probably where, I mean, you're doubling your information right there. So that makes sense that you are getting a lot more energy in this mix. Mad Link, welcome in. Thank you for being here. Welcome back, Jenna. Can you play Highest Point by Desmond? Finn, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on Track Talk Submission. I would love to get you up on the board. I would love to. And welcome in. Here's one thing you're actually doing a really good job of in this particular production structure is you are still, I mean, this is loud. I mean, there's a lot going on, right? This is noisy, it's loud, it's a wall of sound, but it's fairly focused. Power and Grace, welcome back in. It's good to see you. It's fairly focused in the sense that there's still a lot of room for where a lot of like the fundamental of the vocal sits, in the higher range of the vocal sits, even if it's largely screams and low guttural growls and stuff like that, like false chord stuff. Even if it has a lot of that energy there, there's still a lot of space, and even though it feels so noisy, there's still a lot of, especially like in mid-channel, there's still a lot of space for a lot of that energy to fill out. So I don't think you're really going to run it. I mean, obviously you have to do some carving here. You have to do some structural things in order to make sure that everything fits in the mix, but I feel like you have enough room to fit his vocal right there in the mix with some doubles of those growls and the screams that I already know he's going to go crazy with, without having to just crank his vocal over the top of the production and then by default making the production feel like weak and small, even though it's loud and noisy. I think you have a pretty good balance so far, man. I mean, it's noisy where it needs to be. And again, that's like an intentional thing. Franco, welcome in. So yeah, I think you're already on the right track. I'm not hearing where this would be completely out of whack, dropping a vocal into the middle channel there. I feel like it still has a lot of great energy there. Power and Grace, thanks for being here. I appreciate it so much. Y'all keep tapping the screen. We got to get those likes up to 15K so we can do a giveaway. Make sure you're tapping the screen. Merc, welcome in as well. Kick Flash, welcome in. Atari, appreciate you being here as well. Thank y'all for joining the live stream. Good to see you, man. Bryce, welcome in. Diamonds, welcome in. Mikey, welcome in. Woo. I mean, I want to listen for one little, we've been working through compression here just a little bit. So I'm gonna listen for kind of where this lead goes when it first comes in. I think half of because there's such a break in dynamic in the riff, there are some movements within the compression, some pumping in the compression that I think is ducking that lead pretty far back. So I want to be aware of that because the chugs are working, but now the lead is kind of diving just a little bit. So I want to look for that for just a second as well. Raphael, welcome in. Is it Mac Breck? Thank you so much for being here, man. Would you be willing to hop on a live stream to discuss VSTs that drops? If you have some questions, just drop it in the chat. Yeah, if you have questions, drop it in the chat. I don't have the capacity to do like a lot of other live streams and stuff like that. I'm too over busy right now as it is. But if you have any questions or anything like that, just drop it in the chat, man. I try to hop in some other people's live streams like every once in a while. Whenever I have the chance to. I just have not had much time at all to do much of anything else. But yeah, dude, drop it in the chat. Or if I happen to catch someone else live and they're talking about it later on, then I'll do my best to hop in and answer some questions. And if there's anything specifically that you're looking for, you're targeting to, please let me know, man. I'll do my best. right here. All right, let's get to it. So right there, so you can hear that your arpeggio, like these are arpeggios moving up, beautiful, love them, gorgeous, everything that you're doing, fantastic. You lose, in this context, you lose the whole first half of that arpeggio behind those chugs. You can hear that it's like completely ducking the rest of the signal right there, and you're losing a lot of the, so I'm missing some of the articulation of where that riff is going and where that high arpeggio is going, which to me is such a powerful part of this moment in the song. You have a lot of moments for the chugs. You have a lot of moments for this quad tracked, high energy, low end elements here. And those quad tracks right there. You can hear it there. Pink Lane, welcome in. Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. It's only in like the first half of each one. And then of course that low end information leaves. It's not triggering your compression anymore. You get more headroom and the lead goes back to the surface and then it comes back in and it ducks back. But when I hear this first part of the arpeggio, it's like non-existent. So you might need to just, again, as we talk about often, reprocess when it comes to your compression settings, making sure that your threshold isn't too low, that you don't have too many like far low end elements in there that are like taking up all of your headroom. Some rebalancing of some of the low end could help as well, just to give you a little bit more clarity and a little bit more room to push those instruments without them ducking and pumping with the compression. Do you hear a difference between the end of first verse lead and this one? Let me keep a timestamp here. Maria, welcome in. Thank you for being here. So this is 148. Let's go here. After this, right? After this or in here? This, that right there, it's a little, is that what you're talking about? Yeah, this part right here. And Natalia, welcome in. Metal Fingerboards, welcome in as well. Here I don't notice here I don't notice it nearly as much. I think because for one, it's a lower riff. So it most of like the half of the riff that you don't get as much with like those first responses, they kind of blend in with the rest of the chugs because it's, you know, an octave lower. So to me, it doesn't feel as interrupted because the chugs almost act, those early chords almost act as just the start to the riff, as opposed to hearing that there's a and I'm missing half of that riff, right? As opposed to where half of it is just kind of built into the chord with a response to it, you know, as opposed to or contrasted with having half of a scale that's being moved and I don't even hear that it exists there. A third lower layer to the, you could let me hear it again. It's right here. It could be as simple as you having like a double of that lead right there, a double of that lead that almost like you would like a doubled vocal for like a pop chorus that just gives it a little bit more impact and a little bit more of a jump in the mix instead of it being so dry compared to, again, it's like a competition thing where you got these huge drums that sound massive. You've got 4 heavy ass hitting guitars that are just coming at you from all sides and then competing with one high bright lead, you know, guitar right there in the middle. That's just difficult to compete with. That's a lot of sound that it's coming up against. So it could be as simple as having a double of it right next to it, you know, a double of it that gives it a little bit of support, a stereo core. I mean, I'm not trying to affect your processing because you have this set up really well already, but a stereo chorus that just gives it a little bit more openness in the mix so it doesn't feel so connected to the center channel here. Stuff like that, right? I think it just needs maybe a little bit of support or even practically speaking, a little bit more volume, but it all just also kind of comes down to like, if it's still going to be triggered by the compressor, it's still going to duck it down. So watch your compression settings, make sure that like on your master, you're not getting, you know, 4 or 5 dB of compression or something like that. If that's part of what's eating up your headroom and causing that pumping in the compression there. I remember when you wrote this line like a year or two ago. It's such a good line. Jay Steele, welcome in, man. Because I will say, once you add the other layer, just like what we're talking, it's a different, that's like a third harmony, right? But once you add the other layer, you do get that support, and it does feel so much more full. So if you want to save the harmony, just do the double. So maybe on the first half, you have a double to give it support, and then you pull that away and shift that double to the harmony, because then you have support. But if there's at least those two guitars doing the sweeps, and those arpeggios right there, I think you'll be fine. I just think it's too lonely in the mix. I just think it can't compete. Can't compete with the energy right there. Yeah, I think so too, because then you don't have the double the whole time. So you have a double to help give it support when it's in, switch that double for the harmony when it comes in, because you immediately have more support in the mix. And it sounds way more open. Itachi, welcome in. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going, keep it going. And just a quick reminder as well, if y'all are just coming in, if y'all are wanting a long form consultation, if you're wanting to get into the details of your music, spend 20 to 30 minutes diving into your track and your track alone, to get into the nuances and the details and the structure of your mix, production, lyrics, whatever it may be, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see everything that you need right there in order to submit your music. Let's keep it going. Crazy. I can't wait to hear vocals, man. Here we go. Jelly Star, welcome in. This tempo change here is nasty. Come on with the tone right there. Come on with the tone. Nasty, dude. Woo. Yo. So nasty, man. Y'all give it up one time for the family, one of the OGs. He's been here for years at this point. We love and adore you, man. I love what you do. So crazy talented. Everything that you just heard right there, the production, all of those guitars, those are Chase samples. He's an amazing, amazing producer and composer, specifically in this genre. You can go to Spotify and hear tons of his music. He's working on a fantastic new album that's going to be absolutely, absolutely crazy. I've heard they're all going to have vocals on them, and they are absolutely phenomenal sounding. Phenomenal sounding. You're going to love what you hear. Devin, welcome into the building. Thank you so much for being here. Actually recorded, excuse me, actually recorded that part with an 8-string used pitch shifter when playing it on stream. It sounds nasty. So that's D sharp 1 with a 20% blend of D sharp 0. So you just have like a sub underneath it. It sounds gross. It sounds gross, man. It's crazy. I love it so much. Diana, welcome in. Thank you so much for joining the live stream. I appreciate you being here. Y'all give it up one more time for the family. That is Chase Samples. It makes it thick, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy sounding. You're amazing. I've heard this. Sorry for the allergies, y'all. I've heard the song take many different forms and many different mixes and stuff, and it's sounding really, really nice, man. Cannot wait to hear Nick on the vocals. He's a beast. He's incredibly, incredibly talented. So y'all give it up one time for the family. Chase Samples. Bradley is in the building. Welcome in, Bradley. Quick reminder once again, if you are coming in for the first time and you've never been here before, maybe you're new to the live stream, maybe you're lurking on the outside. This is Track Talk. What we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute long form, multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. So we're going to get into the mix and master. We're going to dive into production and sound design choices, lyric and song formatting, song structure, stuff like that. It really just depends on what you're looking for and what would be the most beneficial and the most valuable to you, because that's going to be different for everybody. Everyone's in a different position, different kind of values that they're looking for when it comes to what they need to work on, as well as just different genres, different styles. Excuse me. So if you are looking for some tools, Drug. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. Scared, welcome in. Smirola, welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate you all being here. So if you do want to submit for a long form consultation, you can go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission. If you're on Twitch, go type !submit in the chat. If you're on YouTube, go to the description and click on the link there. These are not quick plays. This is not a quick review. Like I said, they're 20 to 30 minutes. They're long form. They're really, really detailed. There's no trash or pass ratings or polls. We're here to really dive into the nuances and give actionable feedback on the structure of your music. And for those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. That's what I've done for 13 plus years. And so the structure of this live stream is from that perspective. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to just hype you up. I'm here to get into the details and hopefully give some specific and actionable feedback that has to do with exactly what your vision is for your song. Not to just change what you do or say that it's trash or say that it's amazing, really just to get into the structure of your music and dive into those details. Why is in the building? What's up, Why? It's so good to see you in here. Kraken, I see you as well. Thanks for hopping in. James Drum, it's good to see you. Y'all keep tapping the screen. I want to do a giveaway, but we have a giveaway coming at 15,000 likes. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with just a few people. Make sure you send in your heart me for the day. It does help support the live stream, as well as if you are an artist on the stage here, you're going to get a little bit more exposure because of what TikTok does with those heart me's as well. So definitely make sure that you send those in, as well as make sure that you are tapping the screen to get us to 15K. I've got to I need to go get some water. Give me a second. Chewy, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Give me one moment. I got to go get some water because I'm yelling and talking too much and my cup is dry. So give me 1 second and then we'll get back into some music here in just a bit. Dylan, welcome into the live stream. I appreciate you hopping in. No water allowed. We can't have water. That'd be crazy. Baby Nino, welcome in. How are you feeling today? All right, give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a snack too. Just give me 1 minute. Bro Jason, welcome in. Back has been tight. Hip Hop Sessions, welcome in. welcome into the stream, y'all. Appreciate y'all being here. Snack haul. Here's my snack haul. It's simple. Where's my camera? I feel like such an influencer right now. I'm like, hey guys, hey guys. Here's my snack haul. Chomp's grass-fed beef. Grass-fed beef from America. That's my he said nope. Hey guys. Shout out to the autofocus. My musical success journey. Welcome. It's chaos on the live stream today, y'all. I'm so sorry. Gamora on Twitch. Yeah, nope. We don't need none of that. Y'all, just a quick reminder that if you are looking to submit your music for a consultation, if that's something that'll be interesting to you, a 20 to 30 minute breakdown of your music. You want to listen multiple times to your song and get into the details of your craft, then go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. I really want to get to a giveaway today, but the likes are slim. The likes are slim. Kong, welcome back into the live stream. So make sure you're tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, so we can get ourselves to a giveaway. We got to get to a giveaway. What if we use those for drums? We should use those for drums. I should. They'd be like reeds, but a little floppier. You know what I'm saying? I did just get a new kit. I got to, I'm fixing it up right now. It needs a little bit of work. So I need to do a couple little aesthetic things that need to be kind of taken off the outside, but it's a really nice finish. Furchitazo, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. But it's a nice birch set, or is it maple? It might be maple. I gotta double check the serial number on it. Actually, I need to double check the serial and see. Thank you so much for the follow. Greetings from Argentina. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. I'm so happy that you're in the live stream. What was my first instrument? My first instrument technically was drums. So I started playing drums when I was 4 years old. And then my parents said, if you want to be able to get a drum set at some point, you have to learn piano. And then I started piano lessons at 6 years old. So once I was 6 years old, then I started getting little super cheap, shitty, electric drum sets and stuff like that. And then obviously built up to real drums over time and playing that a lot more. So my first instrument was drums. When I was 4 years old, I started classical lessons when I was 6 for piano. And then I taught myself guitar at 8. And then taught myself how to record it at about 12 years old, and then got trained and all that much later down the road, 6 years down the road, something like that. But first instrument was drums. It's always been now because I did so many years, so many years of piano and synth and stuff like that. I feel like I do a lot more with keys now, like synthesizers and stuff like that, just because it's the thing I love so much. But I've got a live drum set in here. In fact, I have 3 live drum sets in here. 2 of them I'm fixing up to sell. I just switched to a different one. And so now I'm getting rid of the other 2 because I don't feel like I actually have the capacity to fix them anymore. And a bunch of other, I'm also in the process of selling or trading out. I have probably 2 or 3 different sets. 2 or 3 different sets of cymbals that I need to trade out to, so I can just get 1 or 2 sets that I really, really like. So I'm in the process of, I feel like I say this every live, but of kind of slimming some things down, switching them out. Kimura asked, if you only had to choose one, drums or synths, what would you choose? That is so, drums are my baby, but I think synths are more useful to me and more enjoyable to me now. Drums take a lot of work. You know what I'm saying? Drums are tough. You know what I mean? As much as I love drums, are like therapy to me more than synths are, right? Drums are like therapy. I mean, I can pull up to the set and just wail away, and it's amazing and it's so fun. But drums are hard. They're hard to play, and they're hard to mic. They're hard to mix. So as much as I love them, I would choose synths. Also, because Branch, welcome in. Dr. Snuggles, thank you for the follow. I'll answer some questions here in a sec too. Also, because you can make drums on a synth. You know what I'm saying? Just taking the signals that are coming in, decaying them properly, attacking them properly, the way that you filter them, introducing noise is how they created all of those first drum machines and drum sequencers and stuff like that. So with synths, we can also make drums. Not like great sounding one, not like live drums, but TR-808, 909 stuff, like early CR8s and stuff like that. We can CR1000s. We can do a lot of that with synths. So I gotta go with synths because I feel it. And it's also like 90% of what I do has to do with synths too. Okay, sorry, let me catch up on a couple things real quick. I started off piano around 6 as well. Let's go, Lucas. I love that. I didn't know that. Dr. Snuggles, thank you so much for hopping in. I see your link. They won't let you take links here in the chat. If you would like to submit your music, Dr. Snuggles, for a full consultation, which is what we're doing here on the live stream, go to my profile, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission, and then you'll see all of the details there. Deb is in the building. What's up, Deb? It's always a joy to see that name pop up in the chat. Thank you for being here. We're doing pretty good. It's been a very today has been a very it's been tiring, but it's been a very productive, busy day, which I always love. It's been great. Thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. So yeah, Dr. Snuggles, if you would like, a beautiful name, by the way. I love that. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission, and then we'll get you up on the list in the right order. So the last thing, Explosion says, so the last thing I said was SpongeBob and my likes are practice and SpongeBob. Snap into something. I don't know if maybe I haven't watched a ton of SpongeBob, to be honest with you. I know that's probably crazy to hear something, but I really haven't seen a lot of SpongeBob. So I have seen it. I have seen it many times, but probably not enough maybe to understand what that is. Let's see. Okay, let me switch over to something here real quick. I wanna get into something here. Time to make a drum set where you can play synth. That's true. I mean, technically speaking, you could take a drum set like the screen. It shows them in bubbles. I got you. You could technically take like an electric drum set, like let's say like a TD. I used to have one of my first drum sets was an electric drum set from Roland. It was like a TD12, I think, or a TD10. That was one of my first drum sets, and it was an electric set, so I could practice with headphones, even though they're still so loud. Technically speaking, you could run MIDI from that drum set, and with that MIDI from the drum set into the DAW, instead of adding a drum VST, technically speaking, you could add a synth VST and trigger different notes with each different pad, different mesh, and different cymbal right there, and play chords by hitting multiple toms at the same time and stuff like that. You technically speaking could do that. So, I mean, I know that wouldn't be the most productive and probably wouldn't be the easiest to do. JYB, welcome into the chat, but it is possible. It is possible to do. Funny enough, I tried that the other day with my MIDI drums. Let's go, Lucas. Yeah, it's possible. You can do it. I gotta eat my snack. Y'all keep tapping the screen. We're already at 9.7K. Thank you for the 9.7K. We got to get to 15K. And if y'all are just coming in for the first time, Light Beats in the building. What's up, Light Beats? If you're coming in for the first time, welcome to Track Talk. What we do here are long-form consultations. So if you're an artist, producer, engineer, vocalist, songwriter, whatever it may be, musician, and you're looking for a professional second set of ears on your music, you're looking for a detailed consultation, multiple listen, deep dive into the structure of your music. That's what this live stream is all about. It's not a fast review. It's not a quick review. It's 20 to 30 minutes long. We're going to go through your track, your beat, whatever it may be, for about 20 to 30 minutes, 2 or 3 times through the track to get into the details of your production structure, your sound design choices, your mix and master, song formatting and lyric structure, if that's something that you're working on. Absolutely all genres. Absolutely all genres. So if you would like to submit for a consultation, we've gotten through a few already tonight, and hopefully we can get through a few more before I hop off tonight. I will probably go live for a little bit tomorrow. I'm not sure how much or how long I'll be able to, just because I do have a lot of other projects and things I need to work on here in the studio. But I'll be on for maybe another couple hours. But if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all the details that you need right there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries at all. Absolutely. All genres, all levels of preparedness. Absolutely. And in fact, like the first couple songs we had today, we went from like the chillest, like Tame Impala, Joe, like really chill, natural, organic song to a heavy metal psycho breakdown that was like absolutely nuts. We're gonna go all over the place as far as styles go. We have a lot of great like EDM and house producers in here, a lot of like beat makers that are making like trap and drill. We've got people all over the place, pop, R&B, country. It's gonna be a little bit of everything. Hey, John Turry, welcome in, man. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Shout out to the shirt. Shout out to Libby. Libby created all of this artwork. She's amazing. She's amazing. She created the artwork for Paper Planes, and you can actually find them if you go to my link and you scroll down. Dun-dun. I think it's a berry to me sending you my music. Sorry if my English is bad. Oh, no worries at all. No worries at all. Libby's amazing. I love her to death. She's so good. Thank you, Debbie. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, if you want to submit, go click on my icon. So click on my profile at the top. I think it's on the top for y'all, right? I'm on a different screen here on the computer, so it looks a little bit different for me. But click on my profile. On that profile, you'll see a link in my bio. Click on that link and then click on Track Talk Submission. Just 2 taps. Once you're there, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. All of the details are right there. Exactly, but I do want to make sure they read through all the details, because there's all of the policy kind of and rules, just to make sure that it's as clear as possible for them to understand the format of the live stream too. And then let me see, but yeah, if anybody is wanting to submit, then our song Abyss of Oblivion. Ooh, is it a detartrated? Am I saying that correctly? Ben Pierce in the building. What's up, Ben Pierce? Welcome in. Yeah, all the submission stuff is at my profile. Click on the link, click on Track Talk Submission, and then all of the details are there. Nua, welcome in as well. I'm going to switch pianos here. So that... Dr. Smook's in the building. CNO's in the building. What's up, CNO? How are you feeling today, man? In the studio, finally. Beautiful. I love to hear it, man. Love to hear it. Oh, okay. I'll double check everything here in a second. I haven't seen it yet. So give me just one moment. Hopefully I can get some of these up on the board here in a second. Najiro, welcome in as well. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate that a lot. I'm just making it up. Feels like a rainy. Ooh, I could actually see that. I could see that. This could be a new Christmas song. I know. Why? I need someone with like a gruff, low voice. I need more keys on my keyboard. Okay, let me see. I still haven't seen this. Two people said they sent in a submission. I still haven't seen it. So God damn it. If you did, Kane, welcome into the building. If you did send a submission, just please double check that you did follow all of the steps. If you didn't follow all of the steps, then I won't be able to see your submission and I won't be able to get you up on the board for your consultation. 80K, welcome in. So just double check that you did follow all of the steps, because then the 2 or 3 people said they did, but I haven't seen any of them. So double check all those steps and then make sure that we get you up on the board. Yeah, I haven't seen. The only ones that I have are the ones that were from Ari and Chase earlier. So yeah, make sure y'all go to the profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Start at the top, read all of the details all the way through. That way you know the full structure of the live stream and where everything is, and that way I can get you up on the board and make sure that you're ready to go. Let's drop a little bit of compression on here just to get this forward a little bit. I'm just gonna throw a 2 on there. Maybe an old one, an old gray one. Thank you so much, CNO. I appreciate you a lot, man. Thank you for that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a lift right there. Max about 6 or 7 dB. Down a little. There we go. Oh, that sounds nice. Can you play a little golden hour? I could play. I know he played it in a half tone. I could play it by ear. I've never tried to play it. He plays it in a half tone, so I would have to. What's up, Waves? Dude, what's up, man? He plays it in a, so it's detuned. It's detuned, so I would have to. Yeah, that'd be really frustrating to try to figure out on the fly. What's up, Waves? I hope you're doing amazing, man. We'll just make up our own thing. Forgot about you, love. I was just reminded. Hey, let's go, Waves. Thank you, dude. And thank you so much for the heart me as well, man. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. It means so much, man. I'll just make up my own version of Golden Hour. Just my own thing. Let's go off the 7. Yeah, no, I don't think it would be hard. I just figuring it out with a half tone. I just don't feel like doing that work right now. Hey, thank you so much for the ranking crown, dude. Waves. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for the love. Hey, let's go. Shout out to Cito. Thank you for the fest gear. I appreciate it. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate the love so much. And then, yeah, once again, really quick, I'm still looking for some stuff. If y'all are wanting to submit for a consultation, I had a couple people saying that they were, but I'm not seeing it. So just please double check that you sent everything. I get everything right there in the email. I get notified of everything. So just make sure that you sent it in. That way we can get you up on the board. If you want to submit, it's at my profile. Click on the link, click on the link tree, Jesus. Click on Track Talk Submission, and then just read through and follow all of the steps there. And then we'll get you your full 30-minute consultation. how long? Let's see. This is Krars. Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate your question. Is it Brulek? Thank you for hopping in as well. How long does it take to fully master sound design? It very dramatically depends on what is involved in the project. There's some projects that are incredibly simple, sound design wise and production wise and vocal structure wise. And then there's some times where I have, 65 vocal layers that all need to be balanced and mixed and mastered. On the mastering side, it doesn't typically take a whole lot of time, but on the balancing and mixing side, it's very, very largely dependent on the amount of multi-track that you're dealing with, the amount of vocal tracks. Dude, Life Explosion, trust me, yours is the hard thing with Life Explosion's particular track is that it's like 10 different voices that all are leads, 10 different lead vocals. That makes that track complex in its own way. But sometimes, like on a big pop record, there's a track that I mixed as a year or 2 years ago, where it was like 62 vocal layers, all the same voice, but they need to be baked into a choir. They need to be some were just lead harmonies, some were stacks, some were duplicates, some were ad libs. It was all over the place. Those tend to just take a lot longer because there's so much more involved. That's probably going to be several days worth of actual mixing. Right now, sometimes a project may take several weeks to get done, but that's also because you're dealing with like a first initial pass on it, and then we send it over. Is this looking okay? They come back, say, hey, yeah, let's just make sure this thing is working this way, and they come back, we revise, and we change it over, so on and so on. So it really just kind of depends on the project. But a really easy project you can get done in like 4 hours. Depending on how much detail you go into and how good the initial song structure and tracking is. The better the tracking is, the easier it is to move faster. The worse the tracking is, the more complex the tracking is, the more you're spending a lot of time fixing, not being creative, not really formatting and balancing, right? So if I'm having to like melodyne the shit out of a vocal, or if I'm like trying to figure out how on the second chorus to remove the dog barking in the background, or how halfway through the second verse the garage door is opening and they're like, well, I can't retrack, even though they have their own mic. It largely depends on those kinds of factors. If it's a pretty well tracked song, it doesn't take incredibly long, but that doesn't mean there won't be revisions, there won't be additional layers that come in and stuff like that. So it really just depends. But average mix time wise, it could be 8 hours or something like that. I told the bird to be quiet. I do have your email, but I don't have a full submission. Bulak, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then click on Track Talk Submission. Just start from the top, read through all of the details right there, all the way to the bottom, and you'll see all of the steps that you need in order to submit your song for a consultation, so we can get you up on the board, ready to go. But yes, I do have the email. But I don't have a full submission. So just make sure that y'all have read through all the details there. Bring down the gain here just a hair. Okay, let me double check. Let me double check. Okay, I got another email from you. Uverse, welcome in. Asher Uverse, appreciate you being here. How are you feeling today? Did you send credit? Official? If you did, let me know what platform so I can see if I need to refresh something or check something out. And let me know if you did read the details there. Bradley's in the building. What's up, Bradley? Welcome in. I hope you're doing amazing today. Let me refresh this really quick. Cody, welcome in. Yo, we got to get to 15K as well so we can do a giveaway. We got to get to 15K. Big Boy B, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. Yeah, hopefully we can get into a couple. I'm trying to get some things figured out here. Hopefully we can get into a couple more consultations here later tonight. If you would like to submit for a consultation, if you're over on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Just make sure that you read through and follow all of the details there, all the way from the top to the bottom. That way you can see all the details of the live stream. Marco, welcome in. If you're on Twitch, hit !submit. And if you're on YouTube, go to my description. You can see all of the details right there in the live stream. Let me check something real quick. Let me just see if something's just not showing up. Da 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 do do do. Let's see. Let's see. No, that should all be current. Lily is in the building. Vampicorn, welcome in. Welcome into the live stream. Appreciate you. How y'all feeling today? I'm trying to get some things figured out here. Because I'm getting all these emails. Put some notes. Absolutely. Would love that. Love that. Let's see where my other piano go. There we go. Control it the way I feel when I'm with you. Love can be fragile, but baby, I'm broken without you. It would be tragic for us to never see this through. We'll fly like paper planes in the sky. Let go of all our reasons why. Nova's in the building. What's up, Nova? The wind will take us where we're going. And the sun wide open kisses till we're golden. Tell me that you're down for the ride. We'll breathe for the first time. Leave all our problems far behind. And I'm pulling closer. Yeah, wide open. I was waiting on a couple people that I think we're sending in submissions, but maybe they're not. But yeah, wide open, Nova, 100%. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Mm-hmm. All marketing business in the building. That's actually the title track to the shirt that I'm wearing. Actually, it's called Paper Planes. Joseph, I got you. What's Joseph working on? Tribalist in the building. What's up, Tribalist? I'll play it just for a moment while we're waiting on something. But yeah, this is Paper Planes. It's a song I put out a couple years ago. But I still really like it. I still really like it. It's a song about how about kind of like the time when I met my wife. Which at this point was, this is like 11 years ago, but I actually wrote the song about that time, just like 2 or 3 years ago. It came out in 2023, so I probably wrote it about 3 years ago. And Joey, I'm gonna get you up on the board. I appreciate you, man.
Moment, caught in this moment with you. I can't control it. Hey,
got you, Nova.
The way I feel
got you.
With you, love can be fragile. Hey, but baby, I'm broken without you.
Got you. You're up on the board.
It would be tragic for us to never see this through. We'll fly like paper planes in the sky. Let go of all our reasons why. The wind will take us where we're going.
All right, let me get these things pulled up.
Sun will kiss us till we're golden. Oh, hey.
I got yours, Nova. All right, Life Explosion. Let me know where your track's at. I got your submission.
Tell me that you're down for the ride. Won't breathe for the first time. Hey, leave all the problems far behind. I'm pulling you closer. Hey, hitting my head well on the night. We'll wait till it's over. Hey, baby, we'll dance until the night. We'll fly like paper planes in the sky. Let go of all our reasons why.
Okay, let me double check.
The wind will take us where we're going. The sun will kiss us till we're golden. Oh, hey.
All right. All right, let's get into it. Joey, got yours. All right, y'all. Let me update. The board should be updated. Let me go ahead and another universe. Let's go. Okay, real quick. I'm gonna throw up the line. Let me switch over here really quick so we can all see it. Oh, what happened? There we go, and we're back. This is the current lineup that I have right now based on the order of everyone coming through. So we've got Life Explosion here. We got Nova in here, up on the board, ready to go. I have both of y'all's emails and credits, so you should be set. If y'all are coming in and you are wanting to get into a consultation, which is what we're about to kick straight back into for Life Explosion as well as for Nova Official, super excited to get into these tracks. If you're wanting to get a 20 to 30 minute deep dive consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details right there. Smash, thank you so much for joining the live stream. If you're over on Twitch, of course, you can hit ! submit. Lime, welcome in. And if you're on YouTube, you can go straight to the link tree or straight to the link in my description right there for the live stream. All right, let's get into the music. I want to do a giveaway at 15K too, so make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people, and we'll get into some more consultations here in just a second. Let me switch back over here. Beautiful, and we're back. All right, so you already heard this one, but what does it need to sound complete and price since it's all done and just need redone? Let's do it. Would you use Antara's Autotune or Waves Tune? I use Antara's Autotune. I have both. I technically have both. I have all the different Waves Tune plugins, but I've personally used Antara's Autotune. They were the creators. They were the original, and I just feel like I get better sensitivity and accuracy from it. But they're very, very close. I've used them both. I've trialed them both. I've ate and beat them both back and forth. They're both fine. So if you got Waves and you don't want to, spend $35 a month on Antara's or $400 on the Antara suite or whatever it is, then Waves Tune is fine. It does the job. You're not going to hear some like dramatic difference in between them, but I have used Antara since I was 13 years old. That's how long I have used Antara's Autotune, and had it in my suite of plugins, and that was 19 years ago. So I'm a fan of Antara's and a lot of their different plugins. I use them all the time. So that's my preference, but there's people that have great music out there that use Waves. There's not really a crazy difference. There's more of a difference in the suite of plugins surrounding it. But all right, let's get into it. This is. I said you already heard. Okay, so talk to me. How was this created? Because you're saying what it might need, and it just needs to be redone. Talk to me about like some of the specifics of that, so I know exactly what I'm listening for. Let me see. Let me get this downloaded. Okay, give me one sec. I want to throw something up here real quick. I don't know if this will show on your screen. Let me see if it will. Oh yeah, it's not going to show them both at the same time. Well, it might. Okay. Give me 1 second. It's been mixed and mastered in a full production, but it's missing something in the drums. Okay, I got you. And then you're curious on what it would take to for me to like fill out a little bit more. Okay, and then I'll shoot you a message after the live with kind of what I think it would take to add some of those other elements. Okay, smash. Let me show you this real quick, really briefly, and then we'll get back into the live stream. Okay, here's my DAW, or part of it, at least part of my DAW. Okay, so this it's kind of big, but it's gonna be hard to see either way. Okay. Here's Autotune Artist. This is kind of your typical Autotune interface, okay? So you have obviously your inputs right here, so you can decide if it's an instrument, low, alto, or soprano vocal. You have different views. You can also, of course, get into the exact key, chromatic, and the different scaling. Formant shifting, throw shape, transpositions, which is pretty easy on here as well. How sensitive it is. Do you need to do detune? That's your tracking over here, how sensitive it is. Humanizing, vibrato introduction, or reduction if you're trying to lower your modulation. Flex tune, and of course your retune speed is the auto tune effect. The faster the retune speed in milliseconds, the quicker it's transitioning between notes and giving you the effect. This is the main interface for it, and this is about all you get. If you go into advanced mode here, you can kind of very specifically form your auto tune settings, right? So this is auto tune Artist, because this is what you're asking about. This is Autotune Artist. This is going to allow you to like build your own scale. You can bypass certain notes. You can automate these different things here. So if you have a random note that you put in the scale, you can automate the bypassing of those notes to allow for that note to be in the scale. If you go to a natural minor or something interesting like that, you have like an accidental that you want to do to make it a little more jazzy, you could automate that here in advanced mode, and also bring some variations. If you're adding a vibrato here, there's different kind of waveforms for your vibrato, kind of almost like an LFO for your vocal. If you're looking on the synthesis side, where you're introducing either like a square, a sawtooth, or a sine wave to modulate your vocal pitch. That's what the vibrato, pretty much all it's doing here. You can change how fast it does it. All of that stuff. So that's all here in Artist. The difference with Pro, one of the biggest differences, you get a lot of the same things: humanize, vibrato, flex tune. You have your auto key built in here, which is a separate plugin. So in Pro, you get everything. You have your tuning structure, your input types, your keys, obviously, tracking, all of your normal stuff, formant, shifting, transpositions, detune. And then the other big thing that you get here, this is auto mode right here in the middle. The other big thing that you get is graph mode, which I actually don't have. I don't really use a whole lot because I use Melodyne typically for manual vocals. But you get graph mode here. So if you're tracking vocals and inputting vocals and you needed to manually change pitch and manually move things around, there's a ton of different tools here, a ton of different automations that you can do to control all of the different variables of your vocal performance. So do you need Pro? Not necessarily, but the more detailed you want to get with your vocal production, the more tools you need, right? So in my case, I use auto-tune if I need the effect of auto-tune, but my manual tuning and the vast majority of my amplitude control, modulation control, and tuning control, I do in Melodyne, which is a separate plugin. But if I need the auto-tune effect, then I'll typically just follow it with auto-tune artist or auto-tune hybrid or something, or even EFX if I just need the retune speed, and throw that right next or right after I've done my pitch control with Melodyne. But those are the differences right there. So you have a lot more options with Pro. That gives you a lot more flexibility. It's so many more tools. Manual correction, which is the thing I talk about constantly, having control manually over the vocal and the pitch. So when you auto-tune, it's exactly where you want it to be, and there's no weird notes bouncing around with your vocal. All of that is great in Auto-Tune Pro, but I just personally don't use that part of the auto-tune. I usually just use EFX or Artist or whatever, hybrid or something, just to keep it in there really clean. Okay, back over here, back to the screen. Boom. It's time. This is Life Explosion. Once again, if you are wanting to submit your music for a consultation, if you've got questions about your music, you want to input, of course, Mash, anytime, man. Thank you for the question. I appreciate it. If you have questions about your own song, you want a professional second set of ears on your music, you want to get into the details of your mix and master, your production elements, your vocal production settings, your lyrics and song structure, whatever it may be, these breakdowns are typically 20 to 30 minutes long. We're going to get really deep into the nuance of your specific song. Spend about 30 minutes or so multiple times through your song to get into those details and offer some actionable feedback and a professional second set of ear. If that's interesting to you, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Let's get into it. We got two more at least that we're going to get into here. So I've heard the song before. This is Another Universe by Life Explosion right here in the chat. So we're just looking at like some final details here to see what we need to add to this in order to fill out this production a little bit more. It's already been produced, mixed, and mastered, but they're kind of coming and seeing it feels like it's missing something. What could potentially be added to, and if there's maybe any role I could play in building that out. So let's get into it. And Love Juliet. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, she's the vocalist, right?
Gonna fly, fly, fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars. Say the sky, sky, sky.
Yeah, she's great.
Up in my airplane, gravity so far below me. It can never hold me.
Is that your voice in the back, right?
Where I'm going. Gonna fly, fly, fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars. The stars. Head stuck in the clouds, never coming down. You don't see the same view when you're on the ground. Oh wow, the context work, but I know it's worth. As I fly, fly, fly to another universe. Gonna fly, fly, fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars. Say the sky, sky, sky is the limit that word. Up in my airplane, gravity so far below me. It can never hold me. Like the witness told me, I know where I'm going. Gonna fly, fly, fly.
Do you still have the tracks for this? Like your voice and her voice?
Reach beyond the stars, the stars. Fly, fly, fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars. See the sky, sky, sky is the limit that
I'll need that.
Up in my airplane, gravity so far below me. It can never hold me. Like the witness told me, I know where I'm going. Gonna fly, fly, fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars.
Nice.
The stars. Gonna fly away. Gonna fly today.
Let's go. Sorry for the. I couldn't too fast enough. I'm sorry to be like ASMRing on the mic right now. Y'all, please show some of the Life Explosion. I have heard the song a while back. Yeah. If we want to work on this track, I can definitely work on this one pretty quickly. there's a lot of structural things to that. There's a couple times where the beat is chopped and moved, so it comes in out of time. There's a couple times where your tuning structure on your vocal needs to be manually corrected to match her vocal, and I don't think that was done on the other mix. That's pretty easy to do. I can easily do that. And then actually mixing, your voice is still raw. It's auto-tuned, but it's still raw. So that needs to be balanced so it matches as like a good clean vocal with her vocal. Because right now yours is super like dark and filtered because it hasn't been touched at all outside of auto-tune. It just has auto-tune, but there's really nothing else on it. So it doesn't like the rest of this is like a bright, punchy pop production, and then your vocal's kind of just like left to its defenses, right? It's kind of just left doing its own thing. I want to bring your vocal into the mix and polish it and manually correct it and make it a real part of the song, like make it a real part of the production structure. So it's there, it fits well with her vocal, it's in the same tuning structure. And make sure that it all fits together. So I would make sure that I correct the timing issues with the beat cuts. I would make sure that you do manual corrections on your vocal and a full production suite on yours. We got to get your vocal up to par, just EQ wise, compression wise, not just auto-tune, to kind of throw it on there and kind of do its own thing. But actually to get it back where it needs to be. Those are the two like first things that I noticed. We'll get into a couple other things. Her vocal is nice and clean and clear. I think she tracked really well. She must have a decent setup and she knows what she's doing. Her voice is nice and clean and clear. It's a little bit sibilant forward sometimes. You do get some harsher resonance, some harsher, more abrasive frequencies in there that could be naturally de-essed just to help control some of the nastiness that's kind of cutting into the mix there. But she has an amazing voice. I love her voice. So those are three things right there that I could very, very easily jump into and figure out how to structure and get everything feeling a little bit more cohesive. Because right now you get the muddiness from your vocal, you get the timing issues with the beat, and you get the harshness from her vocal. And all we have to do is kind of rebalance all of those things and make it feel like it's really connected and really cohesive. Let me run it from the top. I want to get back into it from the top. That's the wrong track right there. So let's run it from the top and let's get into some of those details. But that plug type melody in the beginning reminds me of "With You, Friends" by Skrillex. Oh, I'll have to check it out. I wonder if it is really simple. Shayne's in the building. Shayne, welcome in over on YouTube. Thanks for being here, man. Could you add harmony to build dynamics later in the song? 100%. This song is older, so I don't think there's a lot of access to to redo anything, but I would probably just create some stacks with Melodyne on a separate track, duplicator vocal, and then use formant shifts and repitching and reharmonizing with Melodyne, and even use like the choir plugin on a stereo aux to give it some stacks there that feels really dynamic outside of the vocal samples that are in there. There's definitely some options. Definitely some options. Not necessarily the melody itself, it sounds like it would fit perfectly in the song. Maybe. Oh, wrong song. That's the opposite of the song. Let's get back into it. Come on, dude. There we go. I've been producing, I guess like professionally full-time is a different story, but I've been producing for probably about 18 years or so. I was producing on floppy disks in an old Clavinova and mixing on there on my old piano way back in the day, way back in the day. And then it wasn't until, probably 5 years after that, probably 13, 14 years ago, that I got like trained in an actual studio and got trained in audio engineering and started to produce and mix professionally after that, even at a very small scale coming out of high school and stuff like that. And then built the business forward from that and just slowly kind of did more and more. But it's been a while. It's been probably, since I started teaching I started working in Pro Tools and producing for myself when I was about 13 years old. So that's 18, 19 years ago at this point. I know, it's crazy, but I was there, man. I was there in that era. I had a stack. I had a stack of floppy disks that you put them in the Clavinova, and there was a little mixing, this old digital piano had a mixing interface in there, and I would literally track old stuff onto there, and then like put it on, and then like save it to the floppy disk, and then try to add layers to it and stuff. That was my first introduction to mixing. My first introduction to production was recording on a floppy disk on an old Yamaha Clavinova digital piano. It was yeah, it's cool. I mean, and there was there's no benefit. It was just really, really small storage, right? So like there was literally it barely holds anything. So it was super low fidelity at the time. So it wasn't like recording to tape. It wasn't like cool, like running it through like a tape preamp or like a cassette deck and trying to do all these it was like, it it just was small storage and you could just put like 6 instruments on it. But that's how I learned. That's how I learned. I think I had one that was like 128. It was I had a couple of bigger ones that, I spent some money on. But that's how I started producing, man. I started producing on floppy disks, and then probably a couple years after that, we got Pro Tools on the computer, and I started working on Pro Tools, and that, obviously the rest is history. The rest is history.
Reach beyond the stars. Say the sky's the limit that we're.
I love that, Shayne. I love that.
Gravity's so far below me, it can never hold you.
So this early part of the production here feels really cohesive. Like this all like sounds pretty good. Your vocal just needs to be aligned with hers, pitched with hers, controlled with hers, so that it all matches up and feels really, really dynamic and really full. People back then be like, 100 megabytes. What we do? Yeah, they were like, this is so crazy. And I'm sitting here with like 3 terabytes of solid state drives, and I'm still running out of space. What happened? Fidelity ruined us, man. Take me back. Take me back to the floppy disk. How do I have 3 terabytes of solid state storage and I'm still running out of space? It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. This is unbelievable.
Reach beyond the stars.
Like I do want reach beyond the stars. I do want like some of those harmonies in there that we are kind of missing, but I can, like I said before, I can redo some of that.
Another universe. Reach beyond the stars. The stars.
Right there. So give me 1 second. I need to respond to this really quick. Matthew, thank you so much for hopping in. Right there, there's a beat cut. Right there, there's a beat cut right there that I'm not sure why it's doing that, but let me back this up. Give me 1 second. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, out of it. Wait, say it again. Say it again, because I think it typoed. All right, let me back it up a little bit.
The stars.
Yeah, so there's a little, you hear like it kind of switch back right there. I think it just like moved. Oh wait, he cut out one of your favorite parts? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm really curious like what this original is. I'm kind of curious, like did he cut some out of the song? Yeah, I feel like I feel like we could really polish this up, because it's really not a bad structure. Like she's got a great voice. It's a pretty dynamic production. No, I like those parts. Yeah, Ataria, welcome in. Yeah, I like them too, but they're chopped. So like somewhere the beat was like cut and like moved up. They like cut and then moved the vocal up instead of letting it just be an instrumental there. So I'm kind of curious what is on the original production in her original vocals, just because it makes it like cut right there, and you can hear the sample shift. You can hear the beat move up a little bit right there. So I'm kind of curious what happened, because you can almost tell that it cuts a little bit. I'll run it again.
Reach beyond the stars. The stars. Stuck in the clouds, never coming down.
Yeah. We can definitely dig into this one 100%. This doesn't take nearly as long as working with 12 different vocals on a raw production. Production's already there, and most of it's a much simpler vocal structure. It doesn't take nearly as long.
You don't see the same view when you're on the ground.
HDJ, thank you so much for hopping in. If you would like to submit for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. I appreciate you being here so much.
Oh wow, the context work, but I know it's worth. As a fly to another.
Who would do that? I know it's a fun project. It's just a lot. Well, now we're adding in like 6 new ones. So that's the part that I'm catching up on a little bit now, because we were getting there. We were getting there. Fallon's in the building. What's up, Fallon? Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, who would do that, Life Explosion? Who would do that to me? No, it's fun. It's a fun project. It's just a big one. Okay. As far as like production stuff, we were talking about like maybe some things that like it's like missing that we could add. Some of the simplicity of the verses, I don't mind. But getting into the hook, we could stair step the dynamics a little bit more and have like, 1 or 2 extra synths in the mid to give it a little bit more life, a little bit more warmth. So it's not just like sub bass and synth on the top. We can fill it out a little bit more too. And guitar, there's some guitar too.
To another universe, gonna fly.
transition a little bit stronger too, you know, allowing some of the beat to cut. It's like a riser right there. Like everything's like pretty strict. It sounds like, again, sounds pretty good. Like it's nearly there, but it's like a little bit strict, a little bit compartmentalized. So it's like all of a sudden you're just in the hook and there's no like emotional pull. There's no like dynamics to it. You're kind of just like verse straight into hook and nothing really changes. Her vocal range is still fairly low because you don't have any harmonies over it. And then your voice is even lower than hers. So you really don't get a lot of like vibrancy out of it. It's like it is like you said, it's missing some additional life. I feel like having some artificial layers for her over the top would help because I know it's gonna be difficult to track more, but having a little bit more of a layer for her harmony I think would definitely help, and then some higher elements to just open up the mix a little bit so it doesn't feel like the verse kind of bleeds straight to the hook, that bleeds straight into the verse, but nothing really feels like it changes or morphs or grows that much. That'll be some of the things that I would look into adding to this structure, as well as making sure that y'all's mix works really well together. That to me is really important, but I also want to make sure the production feels really full.
Universe, reach beyond the stars. Say the sky is the limit that we were. Up in my airplane, gravity so far below me. You never hold me. Like the witness of me, I know where I'm going. Gonna fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars.
Like that's I need that right there. Fly to another universe, freezing on the star. I need that harmony in there because that's where we don't get any like lift, right? You know, it's for how like Craig, welcome in. Thank you for being here. And thank you so much, Jenna. I appreciate you a lot. Keep tapping the screen, y'all. For how like happy and you know positive the song is and like the lyrics are. It feels kind of mellow. You know what I mean? I think that's one of the things that the song is missing. Some of it can happen on the mix and the production, but it's a minor progression through most of the structure here. It's very, you know, beyond the stars. It's not like I mean, I like the progression, I don't mind it, but that in tandem with like a softer, lower voice, it doesn't feel as positive and as like lively as the lyrics would, you know, assume. You know what I mean? So I do think we need to have some like major melodies, or like I would love to add like a major melody over the top of it, like a major arpeggio over the top that feels like it's a little happier sounding. Add the high harmonies here, the reach beyond the stars, having the reach beyond the stars, having like the third harmony over the top there will definitely liven it up a little bit, give it a little bit more of a high end.
Gonna fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars. The stars.
Like just that energy right there, tracked better, and in her voice will definitely improve the structure. Right there, cut again. So you can hear how randomly the beat comes in a little faster again. Let me hear.
The stars. The stars.
Yeah, you hear just a little break. You hear a little break for some reason. It cuts and then it moved it up. So the beat's out of time again. I don't know why that's happening. That's really interesting. The beat, because I like the beat drop is my favorite part because it's that 100%. No, I love so much about it. But you are like, all of a sudden there's a cut in the beat and then it's moved faster again. You can hear the vocal sample chop and you hear the guitar sample chop too, and then move forward. So all of those things I would want to correct. Because that's changing the timing of everything. It all of a sudden kind of throws you off for a second, not in like a really beneficial way. So we need to like smooth all of that out. We need to get everything like really polished, really clean, get your vocals working together, add some happier sounding elements to the lead and the hook with harmonies, with like a lead synth that fills out a little bit more so it doesn't feel so like mellow for such a positive, such an uplifting, inspiring song. It feels a little dark. So we need to open it up a little bit. And I think there's definitely some ways we can do that.
The stars.
Marty, welcome in.
Fly to another universe. Reach beyond the stars. Say the sky is the limit that we want. Up in my airplane, gravity so far below me. It can never hold me.
That drum transfer there, it's really cool, but it's a bit prominent too.
It can never hold me.
Lil Priz, welcome in. How you feeling today?
Gonna fly to another universe.
and then manual corrections to your vote. Because I like that you this threw yourself in the song too, and I like that you have your own ad libs and stuff in here. But I do want to make sure that those align structurally with like kind of what she's doing. Wanna fly to another universe. I want to smooth some of that out a little bit. You're hearing the modulation again. It's like some of the things we talk about all the time. It's just manual corrections. I can literally take that vocal, place it exactly where we want it to go. So it's polished and pristine, and then auto-tune it if you want the auto-tune effect. But we can just line all those things up. Right now, they're just tuned. They're just tuned, so you just hear the auto-tune grabbing it and running around with it, just putting it at the closest note that it can find. And so we need to manually correct that just to make sure that your vocal is actually fitting in there. We got to manually correct it and get all of those elements lined up so that when you do auto-tune it, it at least is like doing it to the closest key, and it's a little bit smoother and a little bit more polished. But y'all show some love, man. Show some love to Life Explosion. I'm working on a big production for it. It's a huge song. We got like 10 artists on it. JMC Double, thank you for hopping in over on Twitch. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Good to see you. Yeah, I'm working on a huge project with them right now. It's got like 10 artists on it. It's going to be a huge kind of combo, whatever you would call it. It's a whole bunch of songs going on. We just added like 6 other artists to it, so I need to figure out the verses for that. I was going to try to do some of it on live, and maybe I'll still be able to, but it's too hard for me to compartmentalize consultations that we're doing and switching back and forth. My brain doesn't do good with that. So I've been trying to do more of it offline, but I do want to try to live stream maybe some of the mix process, some of the production process. It's just, I'm switching back and forth to like answer questions and do consultations. I just get too confused, but I'm going to get him some video footage of what we're doing over there. Just to make sure that you have plenty of content for you promoting the other song that we're working on as well. Y'all give it up one time and then Life Explosion. I'll shoot you a message about this one and what it would take to get it up to par. It's not super far off. It would be nowhere near like what we're talking about with the big project that you're working on right now. It would be mix polish for the vocals, some structural things, and just adding a little bit of production and then a final master. So it's still, there's some complexities to it because I'm re-editing other vocals and stuff like that. But we need to polish it. We need to dial it, and I got to figure out the tempo changes. I got to figure, it's 100% like if salvageable is the question, it's 100% salvageable. I just got to get the original production because that's what's throwing me off. It's weird cuts in there that don't really make sense, that are moving all of the sound around and putting the vocals in different spots. So I got to figure that part out, but structurally, it's got tons of potential. Yeah, Nova, 100%. Her voice is awesome. She's really talented. And Life Explosion snuck his voice in there too in the background. We just got to polish it up. And we can do that. That's what we do. It's what we do best. Y'all show some love to Life Explosion. Let's keep it going. We've got Nova in the building. If you would like to submit your music, if you're looking for a detailed breakdown of your music, if you're looking for an in-depth analysis of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, and lyric structure, you want to get into the details of your music, these are 20 to 30-minute consultations. We're going to get into all of those details and give you some actionable feedback on the structure of your music. If that's interesting to you, go to my profile, click on my link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details that you need right there. Let's get into it. We've got Nova in the building. Nova, hop in the chat. I see you right there. You don't have to hop in the chat. You're right there. I see you. You're ready to go. Yeah, there's some really, really good people on the other track too. All right, this is one of the first dubstep tracks I made after stopping metal music. Okay, so the last track I heard from Nova was a bit more metal forward. It was tight. It was energetic. Jay Steele, what's up, legend? Good to see you, man. I hope you're doing fantastic today. Foolin Hill, I see you too. Thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. Let's get into it, man. Give me some other details. This is one of the first dubstep tracks I made after stopping metal music. Metal music. Let's go. This is Nova. I'm gonna pull up the track right here, and this is called Domain. Let's dive in, man. It's time. What's up, Ziggy? Change in triplets is nasty. Come on. Let's go, man. Thank you, Jenna. Thank you so much. I know it's a bit slower today. Yesterday was moving. Yeah, I feel that. It's a fight scene. Leeches, welcome in. How you feeling today? Welcome to the live stream. Woo! Shattered Wells, welcome into the live stream. Good to see you. Woo! So glad to hear it. So glad to hear it. This is nasty. This is nasty. Shout out to Nova. Woo! Come on, Nova. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That is Nova. The song is called Domain. Shattered Wells, thank you so... Is it Walls or Wells? Shattered Wells. Sorry, I can't see. Shattered Wells, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being here. It means so much to me. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people that you think would enjoy the structure of this live stream. What we're doing here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute long form consultations. We're getting into the details and the structure of your mix and master, production, sound design, lyric and song structure, diving into the nuances of what you're doing creatively. If that's interesting to you, you can find all the details at my profile by clicking on the link. Let's get back into this track as we always do. We spend some time. We go multiple times through the song to really get into those details. So let's do the same thing here with Nova and Domain. It is on all platforms, as well another song, Into the Fire. They are both a 2-song mini EP. I love it. Okay, so if this is out on platforms, I do want to give you the stream. So let me look up Nova Domain. Let me double check here really quick, and I'll answer maybe a few questions here really quick too. That way we can get you the stream as well. I'd rather get you the stream. Yeah. Let's see. OT8, if you would like to submit, so these are long form consultations. We're getting super deep into the structure of your music. So if you have some music or some music of someone that you know that you're close to, that you would like to send in to get a full detailed breakdown of their music, where we talk about how they produced it, the mix of it, song structure, vocal structure, all of that stuff. If you would like to, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details there. I would love to hear what you got, or maybe a song that you're interested from someone that you know or that you're trying to put on a little bit. I see. To be honest, kind of forgot about it until I thought about it. It was on all platforms. Okay, I'm not seeing. Is this it here? There's a lot of Novas, so I'm trying to find. Whoops. Let me see. It's heavy. I like it a lot, man. It's really cool. Arc of Noise, thank you so much for joining the live stream. I appreciate it a lot. What's the other song called? Into the Fire. I'm gonna look up that one because Domain's not popping up. Into the Fire, Nova. Boom. I would say look up the song Into the Fire by Nova. We are still, or we are getting to release on multiple platforms in January. Let's go. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That's finalizing. Okay, just kind of final mixing and mastering stuff like that. Very cool. Very, very cool. I'm excited for you. Is it, hold on. Let me check here. Oh, it's with a, is it with a 0? Sorry. It's probably with a 0, isn't it? Nova with a 0. There it is. There it is. There it is. Okay, I see. Yeah. That's I was like, wait, why am I not? Yeah, that's why I was like, why am I missing this? This is driving me nuts. Okay, there's Domain. There's Into the Fire. We got it, y'all. We're back. We found it. Yeah, think about someone traveling. Is it Serum? Thank you so much for hopping in. Is it? I can't figure out the name from this far. Sarah Micasian Oaken 5. I am butchering your name, and I'm so incredibly sorry. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you're here. I'm like, wait, I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, I'll try to figure it out. Thank you so much for being here. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on the link tree. My brain's not, as if you've been here for longer than like 2 minutes, you know my brain's not working that well today. It's good with the music, but it's struggling with words. It's struggling with words. All right, let's get into it. We got Domain by Nova. This song is out on all platforms. It is in 0VA. So if you want to look up the song, it is released. If you like what you hear, go stream it, go like it, go add it to your playlist, go boost their algorithm. And if you would like to submit your music for a consultation, if you're over on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Just make sure that you read through and hit all of those steps there, and we'll get you up on the board for a consultation, just like we have for all of the other artists today. I would love to break down your music or the music that you're sending in. Like I said, we usually take 20 to 30 minutes and really get into the details of your music. I would say that the vast majority of people actually end up sending unreleased music. We do get a lot of released music, but a lot of people send in unreleased music that's unfinished, so that they can get one final, like, last ear on the song before it ships to distribution. They can make sure that the mix is up to par, that the master's good, that the production elements are cohesive, all of that good stuff. So if you would like to submit, just find that in my link and you'll see all of the details that you need there. Okay, let's get 20K. Let's go. We got 15K. Y'all keep tapping the screen. Let's see if we can get to 20K today. Let's keep the music moving here. We got Domain by Nova. Let's dive in and we'll stream it over here. Melodies are great, man. Really, really nice. TK421, welcome in. The introduction, it's like when you don't think it can get even more full and even more punchy and vibrant and energetic, you add in that other bass in there, and it just punches through the mix. It fills out like crazy. It's a really, really nice introduction right there, and it sounds really nice. It's balanced really well. I'm going to go out of the comfort zone and get a bit chromatic. I love it. I love it. You still do get a lot of like the metal elements of your music in here, which I love. Like, it still has a lot of your identity in the song. Like, it still has a lot of the structure that I feel like you really love and enjoy. So I'm excited that you still kept some of that, like even in the percussion structures, cinematic synths and strings, you still did a lot of that stuff in there. And then switching, keeping largely the same signature and tempo, and switching from like the triplets and the swing to a straight edge on the kick and the snare, while basically just changing the like triplets between your synthesis and your basses, and just changing the format of everything gives it such an interesting feel, such a dynamic shift that I just think is fantastic. It's so good. This song was heavily inspired by the artist Ruckus, particularly the song Jawbreaker. That's cool. That's cool. I don't think I've heard Ruckus's stuff before. Yeah, really nicely done, man. Massive. Yeah, what's up, Jamal? Welcome in, man. Good to see you. I hope you're having a great day. It's so good to see you. Sasha, welcome in as well. All the synths as well were made with Vital and Massive. Let's go. Hey, thank you so much for hopping in, man. Hope you're having a beautiful night, day, whatever it happens to be for you. Had only been using them for less than a month before making the song. It sounds huge. There's one little thing I want to get into. I'm going to skip forward here just a little bit. Line is open right now. We went through our last four at a pretty decent pace. So line is open right now. We're going to be on for as long as people are sending in music. So it just depends. TikTok's been a little bit slow today. It was kind of back to normal, feeling pretty good yesterday, but it's been a little bit more open today. Happy Friday to you as well, Jamal. Hope you're doing amazing, man. Okay. Okay, so here's kind of, sounds good, Full and Ho. I can't wait, man. I cannot wait. Can't wait. That's very, very exciting. One of the things that I'm listening for here, I'm just kind of skipping around and going back and back into the future with it and kind of back to the first parts and then back into the end there, is dynamic range. That's the thing for me. I think one of the things that makes this style so engaging to listen to is dramatic. It's like same with metal. Honestly, it's a very similar format to metal. What makes it so engaging to listen to is dramatic dynamic range. And we're hearing a lot of that same melody, same structure, same sound design looped forward. Many different, probably 32 measures over this song is the exact same sound design, like pretty much just copied forward. I would love to hear some variation in that progression, in that bass line change, in pacing, beyond just the triplet to straight between these big moments. Because it still is, even when you like break it down here just a little bit, so you still have that synth, dun, 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 dun. You still have all of this energy. You still have all of this impact over the top. You still have the hard-hitting kick. You don't get a ton of dynamic range. I would love for you to break it down to like nothing but just like a filtered brass bram and a filtered melody where you just and just break it down. Dun, 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 dun. Bring it like way down, and then start to build up again with the snare. And you start to build up again, but I feel like I could use some more dramatic dynamic range, right? It needs to come like all the way down for a second, and then you can blow it up again. You can go crazy. You can make the dynamics massive again. But since all of it is really loud, all of it's forward, it's kind of like the term that, a lot of engineers will use and I use all the time is like, if everything is loud, nothing's loud. If everything's quiet, nothing's quiet. If everything's wide, nothing's wide, right? You need contrast. You need distance between these things for you to feel the impact of those elements in the mix, right? So if this whole song is loud, then you lose what loud is. Eventually your brain kind of adapts to how loud it is, and it no longer feels over time as, just because of like, ear fatigue too, it doesn't feel as impactful or as loud as it used to be. So the 16th time that I hear that lead melody over really heavy bass, it slowly, 30 seconds by 30 seconds, it slowly loses how cool it sounds to have that heavy bass in there. But if I cut all of that for a moment and I bring it down to like nothing but like a weird synth and a weird percussion element, it gets really quiet and really tight. I lose all of that information for a second. The next time it comes back in, I can feel all of the impact. I hit like reset sonically, if that makes sense. Like I can reintroduce all of those elements and it matters again. If it's like always there, for the most part, there's some variation, but if it's largely always there, then I definitely am going to be missing out on that variation, right? So I would suggest as you build more, I'm sure you have a lot more of this as well. The more that you build out, almost like a build up disguised as exactly. That's the whole point. The whole point of the chilled out part and bringing it down to the F. off the F minor. The whole point of bringing it really, really low and decreasing the energy is so you can surprise him again. Because the first drop is great, right? Like you come here, this intro. The reason why even that first little, the reason why that even matters is because of how crazy it gets right after that. So bring it back down to some of those elements, change the melody, change some of the format there a little bit, and of course change the dynamics, and then you can smack them in the face again with the bass once everything comes back in. But it definitely needs that spread. It definitely needs that dynamic range so that I don't start fatiguing from what are actually good things. I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand too, is a lot of that fatigue is not because it's bad, right? Like it's the same thing. Like if you're an R&B vocalist and you're spending the entire time doing vocal runs, then there's no song structure, and too much of a good thing is a bad thing, right? So this bass is crazy. The melody is amazing. The dynamics are wildly full, right? Just the range of the song is really, really full. And that's a good thing. That's a positive thing. It has a great energy to it. But if there's no contrast to it, if it's always there, you got too much of a good thing. And then the good thing starts to lose its value. Ever had like a cake that's too sweet or something like that? You're good, Nova. You ever had like a food that's like just way too salty? It's like salt is good, sweet is good, but too much of that good thing, and all of a sudden you kind of tip over into noisy. You tip over into some fatigue. You kind of cross that threshold into something that doesn't really feel as beneficial anymore. Let me hear the outro here really quick. But dude, you're a beast. I think the biggest, your sound design's crazy. You have a great intuition for interesting melody, hard hitting drums. I think you understand that because of the metal world and the EDM world, the electronic world together. I think you understand that really, really well. Now it's just about structure. You know, like you get it. You get the sound design, and your mixes are pretty damn good. Your mixes are pretty vibrant. They're pretty well structured as far as having a really, really open, wide, impactful mix without just a ton of mud. It's noisy because it's meant to be noisy, but I think you have a good structure as far as that. But we really do need to work on structure so that it doesn't become monotonous, even when you have excellent sounding sound design. Too much of a good thing can end up feeling like a bad thing. So dynamic range is gonna be huge. Full on the hill, I got you. Thank you so much, Sammy. Appreciate you hopping in, man. Welcome to the live stream. Appreciate you being here. All right, let me get into the outro here. Yo, show some love. Show some love. Show some love. That is Nova. That is Nova. The song is called Domain. If you like what you hear, go and stream that song. If you like that style, you like what you hear, go stream Domain by Nova. It's N0VA. You'll also see a song called Into the Fire. Go check it out. Go like the track. Go add it to your playlist. Go follow them on Spotify, so on and so on. I appreciate you so much, family. Thank you so much for sending that in. I appreciate it. You're a really talented producer, honestly, very talented producer. If you can get some variety and some movement and some dynamics in there, man, you're going to be in a pretty fantastic spot. Like you said, I could see this in games. I could see this in commercials. Like you have so much potential with your structure. It's just got to be formatted in a way that's a little bit more palatable, so it's not just in your face the whole time. But man, you definitely are a talented sound designer. Really, really well done. All right, we've got Fool on a Hill in the building. Really quick, y'all, if you're coming into the live stream and you would like to submit for a consultation, each of these consultations are 20 to 30 minutes long. They're long form. We go through the song multiple times. If you are wanting to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. You'll see all of the details that you need right there. We're going to get really nuanced in the mix and master, production, sound design. We're going to get into your mix, of course, and dive into the details of what you're doing creatively, vocally, lyrically, things like that, if that's what would help you. Also, the second phase of drop 2 with the high cooker bass thing, I thought of robot dragon spitting fire. Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for you to get some visuals behind what you're doing. You know what I mean? Because you definitely have the potential on the sound design side. We gotta get some like anime, some games, some visuals behind what you're doing, man. You're really talented. Definitely really talented. And for those of you who don't know, maybe you're passing by or if you've never been in the stream before, my name's Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. It's what I do for a living. It's what I've done for the last 13 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So the whole perspective that we hold here in the live stream is not about hype. It's not about roasting people or anything like that. It's not just about reviewing and spending 5 minutes and just tell you to get a better mix. The whole format of this stream is to look at it as a professional and really dig into those details. I don't want to move fast. We're going to spend 20 to 30 minutes, really diving into those details, giving you actionable and specific feedback to hopefully help you improve your sound. Anytime, Nova. I appreciate you so much, man. Anytime. Let me double check for Fool on a Hill here really quick. Boom, got the email. Let's get into it. Fool on a Hill. Let's get some details in here. This is another track for the album we are currently working on. This one, I'd like your opinion on the lyrics. I wanted to soften my delivery for the song, but I kind of feel like took too much away from it. Also, any suggestions on vocal runs would be a bonus. Thanks as always. Awesome. Let's get into it, man. I'm really excited. Thank you for sending this in. This is called The Moment Has Died by Fool on a Hill. Let's get into it. I'm so excited, man. Let me get this downloaded, and we're ready. If it wants to play. There we go. And y'all keep tapping the screen too. We're almost at 20K. Thank y'all so much for the likes and the shares.
I was opened up wide, tried to let you inside that place I pretend, and all I want it provides my values and pride, my purpose and guide, rejected my
Blistery, welcome in.
and simply hated my vibe. I tried, but the moment has died. She said that she loved me, but I knew that was a lie. I felt it in my heart and I saw
Scratch
it
track,
in
okay,
her
got you.
eyes. She's living in the past where the moments all died. And so I said,
Good riff. It's a good riff. Almost there, Jenna.
Goodbye, baby.
What's up, Links?
I put my faith in you, stood by your side.
I love that this is you restraining your vocal. There's always so much energy behind it, so much intensity behind it. I love it. It's a good thing. I love that this is restrained, though.
Baby, I see you're not the person I want. Getting close to me. I tried, but that moment has died. She said that she loved me, but I knew that was a lie. I felt it in my heart and I saw it in her eyes. She's living in the
100%. I've heard. I know the context.
died. So I told her, baby, if you feel that way, well then.
Oh, nice little riff change. Nice little tempo change. Okay. Okay. Ruslan, welcome in. This part needs a lot more love. I like it. It's a great riff. Both of your lead riff for the main structure of the song and this bass riff are really, really nice underlicks. They're very, very well done. Yo, give it up one time for the family. Fool on a Hill. Let's get straight into it. Once again, if you want to, if you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link. We're gonna get through some more music here. Let's run it back from the top. This is The Moment Has Died by Fool on a Hill. You can check out their music. They do a lot of work in the sync space, but they also have some solo albums, some band albums that you can go check out on Spotify as well by looking up that name, Fool on a Hill. Go show them some love and support. It's one of the family. They've been around for years at this point. Love and appreciate y'all so much. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. Love the tempo change there too. Beautiful double, but and it's not mixed. It's just still a lot of scratch stuff. You know, obviously not completely mixed if it's scratch vocals, but that's a beautiful double track of the guitar. That's exactly what you want to do. It's like everything starts here and then it just blows up in the mix. Beautiful. I love the double track right there. $20K, let's go. Beautiful, love that.
I was opened up wide, tried to let you inside that place I pretend, and all I want it provides my values and pride, my purpose and guide.
I Okay, I would love. So we're gonna talk. I know the biggest thing we're focusing on is kind of like lyrics, vocal, like where it is. I would love this. This you have a couple of lines in here. So most of the song structure, where your energy comes from, is this lower register, right? Oh dun dun dun. It's right in here. Dun 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 dun. There's a lot of tension. There's a lot of growl. There's a lot of energy behind it, right? But it's a bit restrained, right? You have this kind of compressed vocal there, like actually like diaphragmatically compressed. So you have this really good texture there. But every time you lift out of it, I would love to lift a little more. Oh no no no. I would love to get out of that melody a little bit more. Learning to stay in my lane vocally, 100%. I want to find a balance. I want to find a balance between it being too sporadic and too all over the place and too free and too monotone, because there's no real energy, texture, or melody changes. So you have a couple lines in here where you do lift, and I really like it. I would love for you to lean into those moments. So I don't mind if the vast majority of it is, hold on, let me back it up a little bit here. So I don't mind E minor, right? So I don't mind if the vast majority of it is I don't mind if it's like mostly there. But every once in a while, I want to hear this next lyric coming up here. Right there. And this purpose, it's like, it's almost there. Lean into those moments, because those are a nice like reprieve from the melody structure, right? It's a nice relief from the constant tension of the like it's a relief from that same right there in the bottom. Having just a moment of no, just a little bit of a jump out of that melody structure to give you a little bit more variation in your melody. Yeah, need more of those moments, because if it's all tension and it's all, and I mean quite literally monotone, not from just like a boring way, but one tone, one note, largely in that, and most of the structure of the song, you'll just kind of lose yourself in the structure. And it's not, horrible, because you get to rely on the production to change a little bit more, but it's not like a crazy amount of change in the production either. So we need those moments, and we need to emphasize those moments. So like every other line. So for me, what feels the most consistent to me is to have 3 melodies. This will help like create a structure for the verses. Have your da 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 da. I'm just, obviously those aren't lyrics, but da 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 da. Your monotone melody right there. Your single note melody, and then da 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 da. Just a one note shift. Go back da 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 da, and then da 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 da. Right, and then that little melody that jumps out of it, similar to what you did here, right? But even just going back and forth between those 3, monotone, melody lift, monotone, different melody lift, monotone, melody lift, monotone, different melody lift, back and forth on the 2 and the 4 of each of those measures, back and forth between those 3 melodies, right there, just basically gives you everything. Norma P, welcome in, gives you everything that you need, right? As opposed to monotone, 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 melody change, monotone, monotone, and then you shift into the next hook. That's where you get stuck, and that's where you're like, I need something. I need something else. I need some new life in here. Find 3 melodies that you like. Could be completely different than what I'm doing. Could be different than what you already have there. Find 3 different melodies and really cut into them. Really cut into them. Put them in exact places. Have it repeatable in the song structure. So when you go into the instrumental and you come back to the verse, do those same melodies again. Maybe some small variation, but do those same melodies again. Find 3, and then work them in really strictly to the song structure and the lyric structure. Sigma Boy, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate y'all being here. Keep tapping the screen. Hopefully we can get into a little bit more music today. That alone right there completely changes how I feel about the song, because you already got the filtered vocal. Smokey's in the building. What's up, Smokey? Welcome in. You've already got the texture. You already have the grit. You already have like so much of the aura of this genre, right? It's nasty. It's kind of, it's dark and grungy and loose where it's supposed to be. And again, these are scratch vocals as well. So there's still some that needs to be worked out, but there's so much about what you're doing that I just think needs melodic variation. It needs a little bit more control. Because you've brought it almost, you've gone from your typical very sporadic loose structure to almost too controlled, all the way down to just like one tone and one note. as opposed to still having that variation. If you could create that structure again, chef's kiss. Beautiful. Sync ready. It's great. Ricochet, welcome in. Ricochet, thank you so much for hopping into the live stream. I appreciate you. There's a little melody change there.
Simply hated my vibe. I tried and I tried, but the
Thank you so much for the heart me. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you for it. I can vocally move. It just doesn't come naturally. Still used to screaming. Yeah, it's interesting because you got the melodies in there. I hear them every once in a while. I just think it's finding the sweet spot of being too melodically variant, or being monotone and only having like two notes that you hit the whole song, right? It's like, how can we create moments? How can we create structure and know where we're doing things and why exactly we're doing it there? Instead of it just kind of happening, you're just on the mic and you're kind of just doing whatever comes to you in that moment. That's good to start to build structure, but then we need to edit down, right? So it's good like when you're like, it's almost like this is your version of like rock and roll freestyle rapping, right? Where you can kind of get on the mic and just start building melodies. You already have your lyrics there, so you're just kind of doing a different melody whenever it feels natural to you, right there in the middle of the song structure. But now we got to edit down to a consistent set of melodies that an audience, that a crowd actually can sing with you. If it's too loose or it kind of randomly changes in random spots, then no one can sing with you because it's really hard to learn. But if it's more consistent, you're going to be in a pretty fantastic spot. So let me push a little bit farther into song. Love the 3 melody ideas. This is why, thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. And that's honestly, it's what I try to do as much as often, is not just like to take my idea that I'm saying. If you do, go for it. I don't really care. You can do whatever y'all want to do with the ideas that come through here. It's kind of the point of the live. But also just to like get your own wheel spinning, right? For you to just still feel, oh yeah, we're lagging. Hold on. Let me let it catch up. Let me see. Okay, we should be back. Yeah, TikTok's just kind of annoying. I think that's why it's been a little bit lower today too. Anytime TikTok's running into like random issues, it just is so frustrating. But it also, yeah, it's glitching a little bit more. You can try swiping out. You can try swiping back in. You can try closing out your app and getting back in. Saka, welcome in as well. I got stuff that are rushed and stuff that is polished 100%. And there's no right or wrong answer to that. Sometimes the best idea happens in 20 minutes and that is just it's the hit. It just feels so good. Some songs take like years, you know what I mean? It just depends on how you're creating. It depends on what, comes naturally for you. And it just depends on the moment that you're in, you know what I mean? I don't like to brag either way because I mentioned this the other day, but there's sometimes like people will come in and they'll be like, dude, I freestyled this whole song. I did the whole thing in 9 minutes. And in my mind, I'm like, I can tell. I kind of wish you spent a couple comps on it. I kind of wish you gave it a few days to work out that melody because it's really inconsistent and it doesn't match. And then there's other times people are like, man, I've spent 5 years making this album and it's everything. And granted, these are people with like no monthly listeners either, right? So this like they're spending like so much time. I've spent my life pouring into the song, and I'm like, well, now it feels kind of lifeless and surgical and out of time, where like you had this idea 5 years ago in a specific time of your life, in a specific time of culture and society and whatever it may be. And now it feels kind of disconnected and surgical and lifeless. I kind of wish you would have just gone with your gut and created true to the moment. There's always a balance between this whole creative process, right? That's why I don't typically like the bragging about the process, because then it kind of has this like weird bias of like how people should react to how impressive some part of it was. Like, it's art. It's not necessarily supposed to be like this impressive process. The end result, we want to be impressive. The end result, we want to take talent and be creative and connect to people and connect to society and culture and stuff like that. But I don't really care about anything outside of that. Like, if you took a long time, I that's cool. There's nothing wrong with that. And there's also nothing inherently good about that. If you rushed it and you went super, super fast and it ended up still being emotional and connecting, well, perfect. I got this country rock tune that I'm just mastering right now. I want to hear your take. 100%, dude. I'd love to. I know there's a few things that I need to tweak, but I just want to hear your view. Yeah, dude, I'd love to, man. If you want to send it in, I definitely can. I've got time for maybe a couple more, not a ton more, but maybe a few more tracks today. Okay. Let's get back into the outro of this song here, right? But yeah, it just depends on what is the best thing for the song. If the best thing for the song is for you to take your time, take your time. If the best thing for the song is to be in the moment, you had an idea, it was just a download from the heavens. Put it out. You know what I mean? Do what is the truest thing for the song. What's the best thing for the record? That's really all that actually matters. All right, let's keep it going. Gio, welcome in. How are you feeling? Thank you for hopping in on Twitch. You get a lot more energy and melodic variation here on this kind of hook of the song in this portion right here. But that's what I think the verses where you need to lean in, choose the 3 melodies, find how you want to go back and forth, and decide on your structure there. Let me get into this tempo change here because I really do love it.
Get the funk out.
I mean, this is like an Ocean's 11 scene or something, right? You know what I mean? Like, it's like we're breaking into a casino. We're about to steal $35 million in gold plates that are sitting in some back room somewhere. Hey, thank you. Same, Gio. Same. I have started becoming a synth nerd. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. Don't get me started on synths. We'll go off the deep end here and I won't be able to focus. I love talking about synths. It's one of my favorite subjects. I say get the funk out. Okay, I got you. Let me back it up. It's a great little riff. It's a great tempo change there. Got you, Smokey. Thank you so much for sending that in.
If you feel that way, well then, I don't know, just get the funk out.
Yeah. Zach, welcome in. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, here you just need to kind of, like we've already talked about some of the other sections. You already said that this part needs some love. It needs some work. Right now, it's like almost a little too clean, a little polished. That's where you can get back into some of the grunge and the energy behind all of the rest of your production structure and copy some of that over here. It's a completely different tempo, different structure, different kind of meaning to the song, but we still need some of the same grunge and the same life. We need to, overdrive the bass just a little bit, create a little bit of a chorus on the outside of the guitar so it has some weight, even like a brigade or a little bit of like an auto wah in there too, to just give you a little bit more openness and vibrancy there. So it doesn't feel too surgical, doesn't feel too strict coming out of such a vibrant production structure before where the energy is crazy and has so much going on. Here, you don't want it to feel too polished. You making music or like giving people tips? Oh yeah, Zach, we're doing the format for Track Talk is 20 to 30 minute consultation. So artists and producers and musicians and vocalists, songwriters, they're sending in their tracks, all different genres, all different levels of preparedness and expertise. And we're breaking it down for about 20 to 30 minutes per track, multiple listens through the song to get into their mix. We'll talk about their production structure, lyric and song formatting, sound design choice, all kinds of different stuff. And then we hopefully, the ideal is that we get them some actionable feedback, some specific and professional production advice and stuff like that. So that's kind of the format. What's up, Night Slasher? Bless you. If you're sneezing in the chat, thank you so much, Zach. I appreciate you being here. I see a key step. I think a mini log. The one down there looks like a Triton, a Behringer. I think I can have the ones behind your head. No, wait a second. I see a Juno. Yeah. I'll show you I can't show you. I can show you half of them. So if I switch here, it's not gonna. I'll switch over here just for a second. I'll switch over here. So yeah, there's the mini log right there. I love this little synth. That's a great synth. Mini log top left. You got a Behringer Poly D top right. That's a Casio SK1 middle left. That's a Keystep Pro that I use as a sequencer on the right. A Juno 106 right there in the. That's my baby. That's like my favorite synth that I have. Juno 106 right there. It's a Triton LE, which is actually my first synthesizer. Had that when I was like 10, and I actually got it back. It was like put in storage by my family, and nobody knew where it was, and we found it again, and I brought it back. I just used it in a song recently. That's a Triton LE from like the late 90s. And then on the other side of the room, yeah, get a Juno 106, dude. It's so good. Actually, you can't see it, but on this, or you can see a little bit of it. That's a Yamaha DX21 FM synthesizer over here. On this side of the room, I have a Donner B1. I've got a couple of clones too as well. I have a Pro 800, a K2, and a Pro 1 semi-modular setup on this side of the room that you just can't see on I don't have a camera pointing that way. But yeah, that's the loose. And then I have my MIDI controller right here, just tucked underneath the desk, and that's another Arturia Keylab 61. And that's my main synth setup, if I'm not forgetting anything. But I'm in the process of trying to consolidate a little bit. I want to get a couple other synths in here. I want to get a Moog in here. I want to get a DX7. But I'm going to probably trade out a couple things. Let me get back to this other scene here just for a second. I want to sell the DX21 and maybe a couple other. I'm getting rid of a couple of the drum sets. I have 2 other drum sets in here I gotta get rid of. I'm gonna sell those drum sets, get rid of the DX21, get a DX7, and ideally, depending on what I'm able to get for the stuff here in the studio, maybe get like a Moog Matriarch, as well as a couple of maybe a Prophet 5 or a Rev 2 or something in here. But I'm really I'm really excited about getting some new stuff in here. But I gotta get rid of. I don't have that huge of a production studio here. It's like 12 feet wide, maybe 19, 20 feet long. So it's big enough. I have live drums in here. It's big enough to, be a good room to record in, but I don't have that much room for 3 drum sets, 13 synths, 7 guitars. I don't have that much room. So I gotta get rid of some stuff. I don't think I can afford the maintenance of a Juno 106. So I think I would get a Juno X. Yeah, you get some digital processing, digital effects. The thing I would recommend doing is if you want to get a Juno 106, just find one that's been recently serviced. I bought this Juno 106 a couple years ago and had just gone through a complete like reservicing at a really nice place in Austin that does a lot of synth refurbishing and replacements and stuff like that, and repair. So I had just DJ Boom welcome in. I had just got it fixed up there, or the guy had got it fixed up at that shop right before I bought it. So I had like brand new voice cards, new power supply, and a lot of updated things. So it sounds and plays gorgeous. The key bed is amazing. Sounds absolutely beautiful. So if you are going to buy a vintage synth, something from 1984, 1985, or earlier, just try to find one that don't go cheap, because the problem is like if you rare here, where are you at, Gio? Because if you are, and I don't know where you are, but wherever you are from, there's a lot in the like Tommins. They do a lot in like the UK and some of the other European areas. It is still kind of hard to find. You might need to ship off. That's where it gets really expensive. I'm in Texas in the USA, so I have a lot of shops in Austin and near me where I can send stuff in. Austria, yeah, that's probably a little bit more difficult. You're probably going to end up having to ship it or travel quite a ways, yeah, to get it somewhere. And every time you open one of those synths, it's going to be like $200-300. Like just to get it open and clean it up and have someone that has the expertise to do it, it's gonna be $300, right? So that's why I would recommend finding one if you're able to. If you're finding one, find one that's just been serviced and then just maintain it. You know what I mean? Like find one that's been serviced and then just like keep it covered, take care of the power supply, you know what I mean? Like take care of it over time, and it should last you. I've had this for like two or 3 years, maybe 2 or 3 years now. I've had the Juno 106. I got it serviced right before and I've had 0 problems with it. Plays beautiful. It sounds phenomenal. It's my favorite synth that I have here in the studio. But yeah, or you could get a Juno X, which is, honestly, it's not that much cheaper. It's pretty close to the same price. Let's go Smokey. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. But yeah, the Juno X is great because you're going to get a little bit more like digital, or like the Jupiter X. You get some digital effects, digital recall and stuff like that, which can be really helpful. You're just not dealing with nearly as much analog circuitry. Pros and cons to that, sonically some pros and cons to that. But I like the vintage stuff, and I just hope and pray that nothing goes wrong with it anytime soon. I have 2. What do you have? Let me know. I'm going to keep going with these tracks here. I got to get into Smokey's track, but let's get into it. I live in northern Sask, Canada. It's so far. That's crazy. Well, how are you doing a show in Austin? You're like 1,500 miles away. That's crazy. He said he's doing a giveaway 4 synths. Yeah, I wish I could be in a position to do that. That's like one of my dreams, Shayne, is to just be doing so well that I can just give away synths, give away mics and stuff like that, and not like cheap stuff. Like, I don't want to give away $100 mic and give away like the cheapest synth I can find. I would love to give away a Juno. That'd be amazing. So I gotta keep hustling. Ooh, you got the Roland. Oh yeah, the Gaia 2 is amazing. It's a fantastic synth. It's very digital. Yeah, no, I know a lot of people that love it. I know a lot of people that love that synth. Shayne, thank you. I hope so, man. It's a grind. The music industry is incredibly volatile, so we just keep chipping at it. We just keep moving, man. It's especially being all in. It's brutal out there sometimes. We just keep moving. iHeartRadio doing a show, possibly getting a spot. Dude, Smokey, that's amazing. Y'all please show some love to the family. Fool on a Hill. Y'all are amazing. I love what you do, man. You're so talented. $620. That's not a bad price. I'm sure it's a little bit harder finding stuff either close to you or that can ship to you for fairly cheap, Geo. So that's not a bad price. We got Smokey Campbell in the building. Smokey, give me all of the details. Give me all of the details. Let's dive in, y'all. We're going to continue taking maybe just a few more submissions, nothing too crazy, a couple more submissions. I'm going to close it up here in just a minute. So if you would like to submit for a consultation, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link and click on Track Talk submission. You'll see all the details right there. If you're on Twitch, type !submit right there in the chat. You'll see the link for submission right there. If you're on YouTube, go to my description for the live stream, and it's the same link there. These are 20 to 30 minute in-depth, detailed consultations. So we're going to get really deep into the mix, production, sound design, lyrics, and song, and really get into what you're doing strategically for your music, what you're doing sonically, and of course, just practically with your mix and stuff like that. All right, this is an unreleased, straightforward song. This is Why She Lied by Smokey Campbell. Let's get into it. And if you're on TikTok, keep tapping the screen as well. Let's get it. I did rhythm producing and vocals. Okay, so is that pretty much everything but the mix? Everything but the mix? Is that kind of what I'm picking up on?
You have reached the voicemail of 949-743-5433. Leave a message at the tone.
Okay, cool. Rhythm, guitar, producing, and vocals. Cool. Diwali, welcome in.
Said she was going for a drive. Wondering how she learned to lie.
That's cool, Gio. I like that.
It's written on her face. She's not leaving in her eyes. I guess I'll never know why she lied. If leaving meant freedom, running from her fears, with all that I've taken,
Welcome back, Time Mine.
I gave her tears. How did she learn how to lie? Almost 2 weeks.
Yeah, right. That's crazy.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Joshua. Appreciate you. Joseph, sorry.
Hoping she's alright.
Let's go, Gio. I love it.
I don't know where she's been or how long she'll be gone. I guess I'll never know why she
I feel that.
lied. If leaving meant freedom, running from her fears, it's all that I've taken. In return, I gave her tears. How did she learn how to lie?
Nice. The drum root's cool.
If leaving meant freedom, she's as free as a river's flow. She ain't coming back now. All the locks have come undone. She's lost in the deep end.
Let's go. Y'all, show some love. That is Why She Lied by Smokey Campbell. Smokey Campbell, let's get into the details, man. Let's run it from the top. Let's dive into some of the mix elements. One of the main things for me here, too, is I think you have great energy, great just emoting on the microphone. You feel the song. It feels emotional. It feels powerful. Production structure feels consistent. You have, good tone, and especially within this genre, in this era and stuff like that. That was the first thing I was going to say. First thing I was going to say is the drums need a little bit of love, as well as a couple other guitar moments in there where I would love things to feel a little bit more connected. Sometimes you have much quieter doubles of the double track of the vocal, and then a moment comes in really loud, and when that really loud moment leaves, then it feels like you're missing energy in the song. So I think just a couple balancing moments will definitely help in making this feel a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more connected. And then we can talk a little bit about drums as well to see how we can liven those up just a hair. Let me get back to the main track right here. Let's get it. Why She Lied, Smokey Campbell. Let's get into it. Once again, quick reminder, I'm going to be closing up here in like the last couple submissions. So if you would like to send in a track for a detailed breakdown, a detailed drum structure. Oh, sorry, I'm reading between screens here. I feel like the drums could have had a bit more reverb, but I liked it. That's Gio over on Twitch. But yeah, if you would like to submit your music for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and you'll see all of the details right there to submit your music for a detailed breakdown. These are 20 to 30 minutes long. It's not a quick review. It's not just a spin. We're going to get really detailed as far as breaking down the production and mix elements, of course, depending on what you're looking for and what would be the most valuable for you. Let's dive in. Let's see if we can't get to 30K by the end of the stream. We're at the very tail end here. Last couple songs. I can maybe take two more, maybe take one or two more songs. So if you want to submit, I would do it now. Otherwise, we're going to hop off here in a bit so I can work on some other stuff, make some dinner being one of those stuffs I need to work on. But let's get into it. Let's run it from the top.
You have reached the voicemail of 949-743-5433. Leave a message at the tone.
So right off the bat, now your snare is beefy. I like the snare. Challenger, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you hopping into the live stream. Snare is beefy. You got a good balance like on the overheads. You get a really good wash over the, the whole structure of this song for the percussion there. The thing that's missing a little bit more for me is attack from the kick. As well as just even levels on that, right? So I don't know how you're miking and balancing these drums, if they're individually mic'd. Yeah, it's the kick for me. So I would get into that kick. I'd probably move it forward by about 2 dB or so, but I would also increase the high end of it. I mean, so much of you hearing and feeling the attack of the kick comes from like the mids and the high mids, where you actually feel and hear that attack and those transients cutting into the mix, not just the oof on the low end, right? It's not just that like 50 hertz to 200 hertz. A lot of it has, a lot of that happens in the higher frequency. So I would just open that up. They just feel a little bit suppressed. Make sure that you're not over compressing. Make sure that you're not like suppressing the dynamic range of the drums for one, but you are getting some good balance, some good tone from the snare. I like the wash of the cymbals. Those sound pretty open, but I'm not really getting any like attack from the kick at all. So it does make everything feel really quiet. And it makes the drums feel like they're falling back into the structure of the mix quite a bit. So I would just focus on rebalancing the kick, specifically on the EQ and compression side. Then as needed, you can always push that forward just a little bit if you need to. Like push all of the drums or your drum bus forward by a dB, 2 dB, something like that. Just so there's a little bit more attack, a little bit more forwardness. Check my song. Hip Hop Activated. If you would like to submit, go to my profile. I only have time for a few more songs. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on, goodness gracious, y'all, I've been so bad at talking today. Go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Just read through and follow all the steps. I'll get you on the line just like we did for all of the other artists today, and we'll give you a full, detailed consultation over your song. Knew that we were on the same page, 100%. I got you. If you scoop the bass guitar EQ at the same frequency that kick is strong, it might help too. That's one way. It just kind of depends on the kick and the tone that you want. You got to just kind of decide what you want more prominent. Do you want more body and like shell resonance from the kick? Do you want more openness for the bass, or you want the bass to be a little bit more attacky if it's picked? You just kind of have to decide what elements of your production do you strategically want more forward or back. In my opinion, I definitely want that. I definitely want at least high end of the kick a little bit more forward. So that it gives you the snap that you're looking for, the punch that you're looking for. Kale's in the building. What's up, Kale? Double track rhythms here are really nice. Those are super, super full sounding. Tonally, they feel really distinct. They feel really, wide. They're double tracked well. Those feel like they're placed in the mix really nice.
Said she was going for a drive.
And you are getting a good amount of attack from the bass. I mean, that's a nice pick, like, pick P bass kind of a tone right there. You're getting good attack from the bass there too. I think that's processed really well. There's a proper amount of kind of overdrive right there. It's compressed well. So bass feels really good, but those drums definitely feel back, and they feel like they're losing a little bit of dynamics and they're a little bit muffled. So I would focus on the high end of your shells. So get into those toms, get into your snare, get into your kick, check high end, make sure that that's open. And then in tandem, even if you start to crank the high end and you're trying to open up the drums a little bit, if they're too suppressed by compression on your bus or individually on the shell, you're also going to feel still limited and restrained and pulled back. So make sure those two things happen in tandem, that if you need to, you open up your compression a little bit, your threshold's not too low. Now, I love a really solidly compressed drum, but you just got to be really strategic shell to shell versus your overheads and stuff like that. And then just make sure that your EQ is actually serving the drums and it's opening it up in a way that makes sense. Because you hear how quiet the mix feels now? Like, listen to this. That feels like 4 dB of a difference, right? I still want to hear those drums full. I still want to hear the bass chug. I still want to hear clarity for the vocal, but it feels like everything kind of gets quieter there. So definitely check on those dynamics. There's a pretty big difference between when your lead guitars are in there with like the wah and flanger and stuff versus like phaser versus when everything empties out from the verse here.
She's not leaving in her eyes. I guess I never know why she lied.
I'm gonna say a stylistic thing here really quick, just because this is literally, I encourage most people to ignore me when I start talking this way, because this is your song, it's your record. I want you to do what feels the best. I really, really like this clear tone on the left side, and I like the dynamics of the song becoming so much more intimate, right? So feel free to, I'm going to say an idea that I think in my mind might sound a little cleaner and a little bit better. Feel free to completely ignore it, because I'm not here to change your song. I just want to take what you have and see if we can polish it. But I hear this cleaner guitar on the left side. Beautiful tone. I love it. It's a great picking pattern. It's very simple, but it's very clean. As soon as the dun 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 dun, that feels so like energetic and forward and has so much meat behind it. Like there's so much energy behind it, but then it's still kind of quiet. To me, it feels like a little bit distracting and too high energy for where you're at vocally and where this other beautiful clean guitar is on the left side. Cheddar, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. I would personally love to hear maybe polling that. Are we back? Come on, TikTok. Let me know if we're here. Try swiping out and swiping in. TikTok's been super glitchy today. It's just TikTok being TikTok, unfortunately. Are we back? Are we back? Let me know. It looks good on my screen here. Let me know if we're back. Let me know, let me know, let me know. Dude, I know TikTok's been brutal today. Is it okay? Is it glitching? Is it all right? Feels okay? Feels okay? Let me know if it's pausing. Are we all right? We all right? It's okay now. Yeah, if it does that, try to swipe out and swipe in or something like that. Got you, Shayne. Yes, I'm excited to hear your song, man. Let's go. Okay, if it glitches again, let me know. Okay, so what I was saying, I don't know how much you missed, but what I was saying is I really love that clean element on the left side, the energy of the dun 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 dun, that really energetic guitar that comes in. It, to me, takes away from the dynamic range, and it makes a really like more intimate, emotional sounding vocal and guitar and drum structure feel like really high energy and really beefy. It's got a lot to it. I personally would maybe take that riff out for the verse and just double track that left guitar, or even if you have to for now, duplicate that left guitar over and shift it so that it feels stereo and change the timing of it. Oh, it is super glitchy. Come on, dude. Let me know if it's glitching again. I see it cutting. That's super annoying. Luca, welcome in. Is it glitching a lot still? Smokey, you might want to hop over to YouTube. You might want to hop over to YouTube. YouTube is usually a lot smoother. It's just TikTok. It's all the same source. So if it's clean on if it's clean on YouTube and Twitch, it's all the same source going to the exact same page. Then it's just TikTok being annoying. Let me know if you want to hop on over to YouTube. YouTube is nice because you don't have to worry about the ads and stuff, and then we can I can go from there. Luca, appreciate you hopping in. If you would like to submit, I only got time for like maybe two more tracks, like maybe two more tracks. Let me get Shayne up here really quick. Shayne, I appreciate you sending this in, and yeah, that should be good to go there. Perfect. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. Gio, I have an Arturia Key Step 61, or I'm sorry, Key Lab 61. Luca, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. That's how you're going to get all the details to submit. Yeah, jump over to YouTube. YouTube's a lot smoother. I'm not trying to pull people away from TikTok, but I am live on Twitch and YouTube and TikTok, and I think the stream is a bit smoother. TikTok has a lot of issues. They have ever since they sold. There's been issues before that, but yeah, that's great. The mini lab's great. I love it. I love Arturia stuff. Let me know when you're on. Let me know when you're on YouTube. Thank you for the follow, Luca. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for that. Let me know when you're over on YouTube, and we can go from there. It's all, if you just go to my link, you can see it all up there. Same place. There's Smokey. Let's go. Yeah. Hopefully this is smoother. Hopefully it should look better, sound better, and be a bit smoother. So this should look a little bit better. All right. So did you hear most of that though? Did you hear most of that where we were talking about the bringing out that riff and then double tracking? Shayne's over there. Perfect. Appreciate it. Removing that riff on the right side, double tracking the clean guitar on the left. That to me feels so much more like smooth and even and well balanced in the mix and in just the dynamics of the song, the feeling of the song, as opposed to having this like really beefy dun 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 like palm muted guitar. Let's play it a little bit more here, but let's get into it. Let's get 30K. Okay, good.
Guess I never know why should I?
Because I hear this, this. I hear that little movement on the left side there, and it's like really pretty and calm and a little bit cleaner. Having that double tracked, so where it fills out both sides and feels like really open, or even, this happens on this genre too. Start with a single track on the left side, halfway through the verse to increase the dynamics. You open up to the double, something like that. Tracks on pianos that hey, that's half of what I do for a living. I definitely can. But yeah, I find a way to double track there and fill that out just a little bit so that you get a little bit more fullness there and you're not missing that guitar. And maybe save some of that more overdriven rhythm for the hook. That's kind of my perspective on it so far. Man, those are beefy and those sound fantastic. Just you could build up a little bit of energy there, or bring in that guitar right there, only on the build up. So it's just the F sharp over D, right? So you're doing all this, and then build up. You know what I mean? It's like if you just put that riff and then swell in, automate the volume right there, or automate or even just replay and track there to build it up. You could take that riff and use the riff as the transition with overdrive straight into your big hook. So it's really clean. And then you introduce dun, 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 bum, and then everything hits really, really cool. That to me feels a little bit more like it makes sense, feels a little bit more connected. So something like that. However you do that, again, that's a stylistic decision, but however you do that is completely up to you, or you don't even have to, but it definitely, I think, could wake up the verse there, make it more dynamically simple when it needs to be, and then by default, feel more contrasted with your really high dynamic hook. All right, let's skip a little bit later here, because that and the drums to me are the main thing. Those two things are the things I really wanted to cover. I just want to see if there's anything else. Yeah. I like it too. Even just as a filler. We could, obviously it's completely up to you, but we could definitely do some session work on it. If you do want me to add a couple different riffs of piano, I could add some chord structure to your hooks to make it feel, in your instrumental to make it really dynamic. I could add a complementary melody to that left clean guitar that's a little bit lighter for the verses. Yeah, if you ever want me to track, man, let me know. I'd be more than happy to. Link, welcome in. Peter, welcome in. Thanks for hopping in. Because it does give it like this sharpness that everything's really, it's beautiful. All of your guitar tones are really nice. But it's very like warm and overdriven. And then just like sharpen, punchy. The piano gives you that little bit of attack. 100%. Shoot me a Smokey. Do you have me on Instagram? If you have me on Instagram, shoot me a message. We can work something out. The nice thing is that on through like our where you submit your music and stuff, you can split it up if you had to. So if it made it a little bit easier, you can split it up through there. You can use a credit card or something. Sometimes it makes it a little bit easier, lightens the load a bit. Or I can also, another thing that I've done for a couple other clients is invoiced on PayPal. If okay, no worries. Shoot me a message on TikTok. I got you. I can invoice through PayPal, which allows you to use PayPal credit too. I've had a couple artists that have done like full production packages which are pretty expensive. And they split it up through PayPal credit, it's just kind of nice. So you hear right there, because of how forward that is, when everything else comes back, the next hook feels like quiet almost, even though it's not quiet, but it feels a bit quieter. So I would probably have that lead back by maybe a few dB, or just make sure that you're really strategic with like riding the fader there. And it cuts really abruptly. Let it ring, maybe automate a reverb up right there. And let it fade out and kind of blend into the next one. Right now it's, and then it cuts. So you feel this like big jump in energy right there. Try to smooth it out a little bit. That way those transitions feel a little bit more natural. Yeah, dude, TikTok is so glitchy. TikTok's going crazy. I have it on my phone right now. I have it on my phone to just keep track of it. It's so glitchy right now. I'm so sorry, y'all. If you're on TikTok and it's being crazy for you, hop on over to YouTube, hop on over to Twitch. As far as I know, y'all can let me know on YouTube. YouTube should be clean. Should be clean and clear. On my end, it looks clean and clear. TikTok's glitching like crazy. I see it on my phone right now. It's driving me nuts. It's making me feel like I have an issue. I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, TikTok is glitchy. Yeah. You can go if you want to. If you go to my link, and Jenna, you could do on YouTube. You don't need an account with YouTube. That's the nice thing about YouTube is you can technically just, if you have Google at all, or if you have YouTube at all, you can just go to your YouTube app and you can find me there. It might be easier. It might be easier over there since it's so glitchy right now. I don't know why it's so glitchy. Hopefully TikTok works that. Usually it's only glitchy when they're going through an update or something. So hopefully we can work that out. Yeah, try YouTube, because I know you don't like Twitch that much, Jenna, or you didn't get a Twitch, right? Try to go over on YouTube and hop in the chat once you get over there. I can see the chat on my computer, so I can see if you hop in over there. I honestly like your reviews. They're completely honest and straight professional. No ego. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. That means more than you know. And that feels, that's right in line with what I'm trying to do. So that does make me feel very good, man. I appreciate that a lot. Genuinely, like I love music of all genres, all kinds, all levels, and I love people that love music. Like creativity's in my bones. I've just kind of worked in this space, even just creatively and as a hobby, growing up as a kid and stuff for my whole life. And selfishly, it's great to have a community of like-minded producers and musicians and artists and vocalists and songwriters and whatever it may be, and engineers. It's like something I craved my whole life. Like I grew up as a creative. Jenna, go to my link. Go to my link tree on TikTok, and 0 issues on YouTube. Perfect. Yeah, YouTube is kind of the move. I would love to grow YouTube more. So please make sure y'all are subscribed over on YouTube. I'm very, very close to being able to monetize that platform, and so that'd be amazing. Also, side note, YouTube is where we store all of our VODs as well. So if you are If you are wanting to go back and reference your breakdown, your consultation, and you didn't screen record or make notes or anything, all of these VODs, as soon as the live has ended, all of these VODs are saved to YouTube. So you can literally go to my playlist that is Track Talk Livestream and go to the episode that pertains to you. I think this one's going to be like 13, episode 13 or 14, something like that. I'll update it as soon as we get off the live, and you can find your track from there. Every once in a while, I'm going to be updating and uploading some isolated VODs as well, where I'll upload just like 1 20-minute consultation and cut it down to just your song and stuff like that. So I'll be doing some things like that. YouTube is usually smoother. It's better quality audio. It's better quality visual. Obviously over here on YouTube, I can show like the whole the camera, everything is a lot better. I can show your music video over here a lot easier. So I do like it for those reasons as well. Yeah, it's the same one. So Jenna, if you look up Torvik music, it'll be the same. If you look up Torvik music, or just go to my link tree. So I'll show you, Jenna, actually, so it's easier for you. Give me a sec. I'll show you exactly where to find it, so that you don't have to worry about it. Let me show you really quick, and then we'll get into one of our last tracks here. Okay, so where's the camera? There's the camera. Okay, so there's my link tree right there, Jenna. Like where you see, yeah, of course, right there. So where it says that video right there, that's my channel. If you click on that video, that'll take you to my channel, and it should say that I'm live, right? So you can or as well, let me zoom in actually. Boop. I'm backwards. See right there in the middle, you see the YouTube icon. That YouTube icon at the very, very top next to Discord and Twitch. That right there is also the same YouTube channel. So you either can click on the video. If you click on the video, it'll take you to the channel. Just click it right there. Or you can click on the icon at the top. So you have a couple options. But yeah, same. It's Torvik. I'm Torvik everywhere, just to make everything as easy as possible. So if you find me on Instagram, it's Torvik Music. If it's on TikTok, it's Torvik Music. If it's YouTube, it's Torvik Music. So on and so on. I think I'm going to join your video. Dude, I would love nothing more than it all to be on YouTube. TikTok's great, but TikTok's so glitchy and it's so volatile. After the algorithm just decides it doesn't want to do something one day, then it's literally just like 0 people and you're like, I don't even know what's going on. But over here, it's nice, man, because you really do just get a higher quality, like a higher res image. You just get a lot more support over here. The chat's easy. You can subscribe straight to the platform. Over here, you can also go back through the VODs. You can directly, as soon as the live is over, go back through the VODs and find your information, your whole entire. Yeah, and the comments get filtered on TikTok. Like, I don't see half y'all's comments on TikTok because it just blocks them. On YouTube, you can just say so much more. The quality of music is better. So many more things. So I would love nothing more if we could get more people over to YouTube. I would love to isolate over there. I'm a fan of TikTok too, but TikTok is kind of getting the shrunk down version of the live stream. But I still love you, TikTok. I still love you. Y'all are amazing. All right, but y'all, please show some love, man. Smokey, I love your music, man. I think you're a powerhouse vocalist. You're a good musician. Tonally, you got so many things going for you. Hopefully, if anything, I can kind of affirm what you're already hearing in your music. We're like, man, the drums feel like they're missing something. And we can talk about exactly what it potentially might be missing in the high end versus your compression settings, the vocal structure, the lead elements there at the end, stuff like that. Hopefully that gives you some tools and some actionable feedback for you to go in and make a couple tweaks. Structure is there. The vocals are there. Guitar tone is great. What the drums are playing is great. Just a little bit of polish and a little bit of movement, and you're going to be in a pretty fantastic spot, man. Yeah, of course. Yeah, shoot me a message on TikTok. And we'll talk budget, we'll talk timeline, stuff like that, and see what I can do. I'd be more than happy. That is probably. I do a lot of engineering. I do a lot of full productions, but I love session work. Session work's one of my favorite things. So I do a lot of session work. So guitar, drum, synths, piano, keyboards, piano and synths is probably 70% of what I do for session work, just because it's my main thing. But whatever you need, man, I'd be happy to work out some details with you. Yeah, TikTok is weird for that. It definitely is. It is definitely weird with all of the like tight restrictions and stuff. It's dumb. Sorry, I know I missed some stuff over here. 0 issues on YouTube. Love that for YouTube. YouTube is great. Yeah. Hop over, Jenna. I would love to see you over on YouTube. I would love to see you over on there. My specialty is hip hop. Okay. Yeah, that's different. 100%. That's different. I do that for beats. Yeah, that's cool. I'd be interested at some point in the future, whenever you feel like you want to. I would love to hear some of your hip hop stuff. That's cool. All right, Shayne, let's get into this last track here. Shayne, did you send? I'm not seeing the email, Shayne. Just double check that you send it to tracktalksubmission@gmail.com. Okay, yeah, sure, no worries. It's always there. We're live there right now. In fact, the other artists are over there. So Shayne and Smokey, and a few other people are over there right now. So if you want to hop on, that's where some of the chat, because the chat's kind of dead on TikTok. You might be the only one in the chat over there. I don't know why it's so quiet. It's weird. But yeah, feel free to try next time. All right, I'm waiting for Shayne's email. As soon as I get Shayne's email, we'll Of course, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you for sending that in. I love it. You're good. You're good. Can you play the drums? I just set up a new drum set, Jenna, and I don't have it tuned yet. It's some of the heads aren't where they need to be. So I just got a new drum set, and I need to tune up the toms and the snare and the kick. So I don't have. I'll give it 1 second, Shayne. It hasn't popped up yet, but as soon as it does, I got you. But as soon as I get the drums back tuned and get my cymbals and everything back up and mic'd up, because they're not mic'd up right now. So I gotta wait for that. Yeah, maybe next time. Maybe next time. It's gonna take a little bit of time because I gotta re-mic everything, mix it back up in the DAW. All right, I got you. There's your email. Appreciate it. Let's get into it. Yeah, maybe next time. It'd be fun to do, it would be fun to do more lives where we're just playing, we're playing drums to songs that y'all send in. Like maybe y'all send in your own songs and we play drums. So I don't know, it'd be fun. I would love to do some different things. I'm just like so busy and overwhelmed with life that I feel like I don't have the energy to do more of the fun stuff that I want to do. But hopefully sometime soon. Like I would love to do lives where we just like play synths the whole time and you send in your song and I play synths over your song. I don't know. We do covers and I don't know. We sing more. I don't know. There's a lot of things I want to do that I know. We just life. All right, let's get a rough draft. Need help. I love it. Saza, thank you so much for hopping in. If you would like to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and click on Track Talk Submission. We're at our very last few tracks here, so I would love to listen to what you got, but we're going to be closing up here in just a little bit. But you can definitely still send in if you would like to. Right now it's 10 to get on. It's 15 if you would like to skip that. But we'll get into these last couple songs here in just a second. Shayne over on YouTube. And if it's a little glitchy, Saza, I'll be honest, TikTok has been really glitchy today. It's been kind of frustrating, or it's just been like glitching and pausing and stuff like that. If it ends up kind of annoying to you, you can also join on, if you go to my link tree, you can see Twitch or YouTube. I prefer YouTube, but you can go to the YouTube stream over there and it's maybe a little bit better of a stream, a little bit smoother, not as glitchy, less audio problems and stuff like that. So it's just been kind of annoying today. David, welcome into the live stream as well. All right, let me see this real quick. Make sure this is updated. Give me 1 sec. Beautiful. Okay, let's dive in. This is Shayne in the building. Shayne Paul Music. He said this is a rough draft. Need help, crying, laughing face. So I don't know what I'm about to listen to, but I know Shayne's a good artist. So I'm excited to see what this is all about. Remind the chat, I know your music, Shayne, but let the chat know, and I can read it to TikTok as well, your role in this music. I know obviously a bit about what you do, but let the people know what you got going. I feel like Sean Evans. This camera. Let the people know what you got going on in your life. All right, this is Twin by Shayne Paul Music. Okay, good. I'm glad to hear it. Let's go, Shayne. Not unfortunately, man. You're solid. You're solid. Don't say that. I like the structure a lot. It's interesting. Anthony, welcome in, man. Hey, no worries at all, Jen. I appreciate you. Have a good one. RGS, welcome in. Good to see you. Going on? Good to see you. Let's go. Let's go. That is Twin by Shayne Paul Music. Sean Farrell, welcome in. Thank you so much for being here. Or Sean Farrell, let me know. Thank you so much for being here. Let's get straight back into this track. We're not going to waste any time. Let's get straight back into it. We got Twin by Shayne Paul Music. That was recorded, produced, and mixed by Shayne over here. He's on YouTube right now, but he's been back and forth on TikTok as well, in case you're catching us over on that stream over there. But a lot of the people are over on YouTube right now. Thank you so much for sending this in, man. AI don't know. It's like AI doesn't even know what to do with this. Let's run it from the top, man. I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get into the details of this. Let's dive in. You've got great structure. It's interesting. I think what I'm looking for is just a little bit of polish with the structure, lead vocal mix specifically on the hook, and just making sure that when you're doing these breakdowns and when you're doing these like movements and dynamic changes, that it feels a bit more forward. Like it feels a little bit more intentional and on purpose. There's sometimes where it's like, oh man, I wish the kick hit again right there. Or there was like another hat where it kind of lifted for a second. I just want it to feel a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more connected. So I'm going to dig mainly into that part of the structure. And then of course we can balance things a little bit too. I know that it's not, it's a rough draft for anybody who's coming in just listening to this now too. It's a rough draft. So it's not going to be mixed. It's not going to be polished anyways, but I do still want to listen to the structure. That's the lyric. I didn't even hear that in the lyric. Let's go. I'm gonna listen a little bit more for that this time too. Wes, thank you so much for hopping in the stream as well. I appreciate y'all being here. Okay, really quick. So kind of the same thing here. I love this intro. Bum 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 da da da. I love that. It's just such a good melody. It's a good intro riff. Tonally, it sounds great. I love the fuzz on the guitars. I love the overdrive on the vocal. Like all of those things are great. All of those things are like, should I swap drums for a live drummer? I mean, that kind of depends on your capacity and your ability to mix that. I would kind of always say yes. I mean, unless I need a really specific sampled drum sound, or like I just don't have that kit with me. Like if I need like a metal drums and there's a specific sound I'm looking for that's a little bit different. I mean, I kind of always like live drums. They just sound so good. There's so much nuance to them, so much character, but they're obviously going to be, you got to find a drummer and someone who can track it well. And of course, you got to go through the challenges of mixing that, and which takes some polish, right? So that kind of just depends on your capacity, how good the drummer is, so many, or if you're going to do it yourself, whatever it may be. It depends on a couple other factors. I love live drums. I think that live drums are the move if you have the ability to do it. There's just nothing sounds like it. You know what I mean? Even like the best plugins, here's the thing you don't get with plugins. With plugins, there's no bleed. There's no bleed. Hired, yeah, right. There's no bleed at all, right? So you don't get any of like the blending of the full sound of the drums, right? You don't get any of that. You get just the direct, like you're isolating each individual sound, right? The kick and the snare, but there's no, with a real drum set, you've got bleed, you've got blend, you've got all of these things that are happening to create this really interesting, vibrant sound that you just don't get with real, or with VST drums, right? With fake drums or digital drums or an electric set. It's super isolated and super pure and clean. And so I do feel like you just lose some of the nuance, right? You lose some of just like even the flaws and the mistakes of having a real kit that I just think sound so good, right? All of those little nuances, but all that kind of depends on, and you could probably hire someone off like Musiversal or Fiverr, you know what I mean? Find a drummer that you really like the sound of on Fiverr, send them these drums and say, I need these drums with live drums, send them the BPM, send them the backing track, whatever, something like that. That's probably one of your best bets to get something like this going for you. Love this early breakdown here. I would really focus on the tracking side of lining up those rhythms, or if you need to do it just manually and like slide things forward and back, then I would definitely get in there and try to move those around a little bit too. Latitude South, thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Just to make sure, because you have such a dynamic hit as the start of the song, but you're dealing with some inputs that are coming in early, some that are latent just a little bit, and that's making it sound a bit noisier and fuzzier from a rhythmic standpoint, as opposed to it feeling really like bum, da, 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 bum, bum, da, da, da. Everything's like really sharp and really clean, but still has a lot of energy and character to it. So I would definitely get in. There's a couple of vocals that I feel like coming a little bit early here. Let's hear it. Love the feedback though. Feedback is great. Yeah, there's like, I think a layer on the left with the guitar. They're timed together, but they're like 5 to 10 milliseconds early compared to the other stack of vocals on the right side in the middle. So just get those lined up a little bit cleaner, because otherwise it does sound a little busy and noisy instead of feeling really impactful and really full. If you can rebalance that and just, get the timing right there, anytime that you do that breakdown, I do feel like it's going to sound a lot sharper, a lot sharper. Love the idea though. Love the execution. We just got to line it up a little bit. Do you have a double with that vocal right in the middle there? No, just that, Gio, honestly, it just kind of happens to be what we've gotten more of today. We started the live with a totally different kind of production, but now we typically get all over the place. I mean, yesterday we had some rap, we had some R&B, we had a couple like synthwave, like synth pop songs, a dream pop song. And I think we had one or two rock songs yesterday too, but it's usually a little bit more today. It kind of really just depends on who comes in. If it happens just to be a bunch of rock producers and artists that come in, that's what happens. It just depends on who happens to submit that day. Depends on how much variety we have. Okay, you do. You're saying you do have two vocals doubled right there. Okay, so I would just make sure you're not getting any phase issues or any collapsing right there for that double. Just because you have a great energy behind your vocal performance. I like your range. I like what is happening there. But your vocal does feel a little bit maybe like mono incompatible between those two layers. I would maybe take one of those layers that you have, pan it offset of that vocal by like 2% or, 2 notches, 3 notches, 2%, 3% to one side, and color it differently, shape it a little bit differently, compress it differently, EQ it a little bit differently. Try to mitigate as much as possible any phase issues with that lead vocal, being that they're very, very, very simple, or maybe it's even a duplicate, but very, very similar to the lead vocal. So you are getting maybe some collapse, you are maybe getting some cancellation there. So your vocal kind of sounds hollow and like there's no forwardness out of it, right? Excuse me. Make sure you get that lead vocal front and center, get it punchy, and then double from there. Give it a stack from there. I would probably start by isolating one vocal, get it forward by like 2 or 3 dB, and mute the other one. Process the main lead that you have as perfectly as you want it in the mix. Forward 2 or 3 dB, compressed well, smooth, overdriven if you want it to be, and then blend and color the other one differently so that you get okay, perfect. That's better. But just shape it a little bit differently. Change your maybe loosen the compression on it a little bit more so there's more variation in transients there. That will help a little bit as well, and EQ it just a little bit as well. But a doubler on the main top vocal too. Okay, so yeah, dive into that. Excuse me. These allergies are beating me up. See if you can't shape that a little bit differently. Same with the doubler. Maybe have it on an aux instead of the lead vocal itself. Maybe have it in an aux and feed it in, and see if it doesn't give you a little bit more of the effect that you're looking for without collapsing the vocal. Because right now the lead vocal just kind of sounds quiet and kind of hollow. You're not getting any of that drive, right? Like what you want to hear of, like, it's that vocal comes in and it's rock and roll. It's hitting you in the face, and it's loud and it's punchy. It's distorted a bit, and you're not getting any of that. It kind of feels split open and kind of back in the mix. So isolate it to one vocal first and foremost. Get that clean, get it clear, then add in the double to it and find how that relationship works with it with phase and some other things. And then add the double effect back on. If you add the double effect back on and it just kind of crushes the vocal, just take it off, put it on an aux, process it differently, or have the double on the background vocal and a bit more clarity for the lead, right? Play around with that lead structure and that lead format right there and try to get you a little bit more punch and drive behind that vocal, since right now it's pretty far back. All right, let's keep going a bit. Emerson's in the building. What's up, Emerson? Welcome into the live stream. Yeah, you hear how, excuse me, you hear how like flat that vocal, it sounds like that vocal is kind of like hitting a wall right here, and it's like coming in flat, not from a pitch standpoint, from like an expression standpoint. Like even like listening to my vocal, there's as a vocal that exists right here in mono, you just hear so much more, it just cuts through the mix. It just forward is hitting you right there. And you can still have, like, I can still technically come in here. I'm going to butcher this right now. Give me a sec. It's going to give me a bunch of latency, but let me try this real quick. Where's my doublers and whatever's here? Check. So right here, like, here's a double on the vocal. We can go through a couple different, misses sound kind of crazy. Check. Basic doubler right here. Like that's technically, let me hear the track. I know this sounds crazy. It sounds nuts. Okay, so you have this. Whoa, that sounds so nuts. So over that melody, that's like this is the effect you want from the double, and even this has some nuance to it. But you hear how, like, this sounds big. This sounds crazy. This sounds forward. This sounds like massive. But it's also not these duplicates happening with another double of that vocal, potentially causing other cancellations and then being really flat. You've got to be really careful with like a double on the main vocal, especially. I'm going to see if this makes a difference. I'm going to pull this off. Check. Okay, we're back in mono. I'm going to come in here. I'm going to add this again, but I'm going to add it just in, let me see. I'm going to add it just in mono. Check 1, 2. Now you hear that. Now you hear how flat that is. I'm going to go back to the exact same basic doubler. So now you hear how even just on this vocal right here, hear the difference that makes? It's like a completely different thing. So this is now doubling my vocal and keeping it in mono. So now I just have this like phaser and kind of hollowness to the vocal. And it doesn't anywhere near as what happened before give you the life that you're looking for. So what I would do is, for one, I would, if you're going to add something like, in this case, let me switch over here. I forgot you're over here. I'm going to switch over here. I'm going to go back to stereo. And I'm going to switch over here on TikTok just for a second so we can walk through this just very briefly. Jay, welcome in. Thank you so much for hopping in. I appreciate you being here. Okay, so I'm working through this doubler right here, and you can change all of the how back and how forward all these different layers are in their position. So I can kind of come back to mono right here, and here's my lead vocal, and I can just add in tastefully just a little bit. There's a little bit more. We can bring it right there. We can bring it back in here. And now we've got a little bit more energy behind it. There's a little bit more of that double, but I still am maintaining this. Here's my lead vocal in mono. If I bypass it, there's just my lead vocal again. I can bring it back right there. And down here, and this is great because this is Waves plugin. This just comes with like their subscription I have with them. You can change the pan of it. You can of course change the gain of it, how much it's delayed, detune, stuff like that, right? Because those changes in tuning, changes in timing are going to give you that really wide image that you're looking for, or that really big doubled vocal effect. And I can make this a little bit more subtle, as well as change like how much gain is actually happening here. Right here, all of my lead is out. It's nothing but doubles. I bring these gains forward. Now it's nothing but the doubles. So one thing that you can do is keep your lead vocal and you bring this all the way down. This is a completely wet signal now, right? I don't have any lead vocal. So what you can do is, if you want this doubled effect, then keep a lead vocal exactly where it is, right? So you have a powerful lead vocal that's like overdriven, and then on a separate track, like on an aux, you could put this on an aux and just feed it in. You could have only the doubles, and you can control them. You can filter them. You can add their own delay and reverb and it not touch the lead vocal. And then you can mix this in. I can make sure that it's not panned maybe as harshly. If I want it to be maybe a little bit more subtle, a little bit more close to the middle, more like how you had it. I can move this over to the left here, so it's a little bit closer to center, and that's closer to the double effect that you have, but it's not actually touching at all that lead vocal, right? Some chorus plugins can do this, maybe not exactly like a 100%. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be as simple as just adding like a Studio D chorus if that's what you're going for. Now, if you're going for like an isolated double like this, and then we can bring back the gain on the lead. If you're looking for this effect where you have this double and triple of the vocal that feels really open, we can delay this even more. So I'm going to push this delay just a little bit farther down the road over here, and you're going to hear the difference that this makes. Now we have this really, really broad image. You hear, oh man, I mean, this sounds crazy. It sounds like I'm in like a stadium, right? That's what the plugins like this are really good. And there's a lot of other plugins that do similar stuff. Obviously this sounds a bit too hot, so you can bring this down, right under here, and now you have a really nice double, right? A little bit more delay and timing allows you to really hyper pick up on the stereo image, right? Because it's so exaggerated. The closer your positioning and the closer your timing is to that lead vocal, the less you're going to be able to distinguish it, and probably the more likely you're going to hear like the rubbing and beating and phasing of those vocals interacting with each other. The more you separate them, the more you're going to kind of feel that openness. Anyways, that's a very broad version of what we're talking about here. Anyways, I hear a little bit of that like Dr. Eggman. Yeah, I hear a little bit of kind of what you're doing with like the phase in there, and I like the effect. But we still need to make sure that you're getting plenty of clarity and support from those vocals. I think Valhalla also has a free vocals. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I haven't seen that. I love Valhalla is one of my. I have a Supermassive. I have, of course, Vintage Verb, and it's fantastic. I love Valhalla. They're great. All right, let me get into the outro here, and I believe we're gonna hop off the live here in just a minute. I love the dynamics here. It's great. So even there, like the little transition right there, I feel like it could just be the way that you program that and play that, especially on the drums and how you introduce the bass. I feel like could be a little more intentional, a little bit fuller. I would maybe start with the snare and the kick together, ka, boom, ka, boom, doom, ka, and then go into it instead of having it go back to just the kick again. Try to build a little bit more dynamics. Or if the first time it's just kick, it's like 4 on the 4 click, 4 on the 4 kick with the snare fills. After that, add toms too, and then do the snare. So you have boom, 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 ka, boom, 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 ka, boom, ka, boom, ka, and then you have doom, 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 ka. Add in the toms on the B section there to increase the energy a little bit. Give it a little bit of a stair step, right? Coming back after you add in the snares and you build some tension there, coming back to just the kick again feels like a little bit of a false start, where all of a sudden I'm like the energy shifted back again, and it's not like enough dynamics like a false hook or a false buildup from like a big like dubstep track or something like that, where you would feel the energy shift a little bit more. It's like a very subtle one. It's like a subtle step backwards. I would try to fine tune that a little bit more, maybe add some toms in on that B section there just to give you a little bit more support. Space Mod. Okay, cool. I'm going to check it out. I don't know if I knew if they were offering that for free. That's cool. Thanks for that. Shout out to Gio over on Twitch. I appreciate that a lot. Add a little bit of support in the mix there for those drums. Like adding some sharp toms in there to me would wake it up a little bit, because it feels like a little bit of a step back dynamically. What's up, Derek? And there too, good morning, Derek. What's up, man? And right there too, I love that. And I don't know. And I don't know. Like I love the energy there. Support that. Get like 5 more, like do some gang vocals there. Get like 5 more vocals to like say that I don't know, to have like more of the fry in there, giving you the support that you want right there. And then on top of that is I don't know. And you add that extra little layer of just like fry in the scream right there. So it has some support, because again, it's so isolated amongst the energy of everything else that it just feels kind of soft and backed off. We want it forward. We want to feel it. It should be loud. It should feel noisy. I love that you did that vocally. It's such a great thing. We just need to actually feel it in the mix. Like I would still even just like copy over and add that, still have the I don't know with the scream. No. Right here. No. I don't know. Just keep it here. I don't know. And then over the top of that. So you still do the I don't know. And then on top of it, forward, you have the I don't know. And you had to actually scream over the top. That to me just gives you way more support and more energy. And that's, it's supposed to be a really high energy part of the song there too. I love this, man. You're so talented, man. You're a great musician. Great musician. I love what you do. You're creative. Your structure's interesting. I like the energy and the aesthetic of this track. I think it's just going to come down to like polishing parts of the vocal mix, deciding whether you want live drums and then making those decisions there. That's a different mixing process. And kind of deciding where you want to go with that. But I think you're in a good spot, man. I think so many of the ideas that you have are fantastic. Your structure's good. Your writing's good. You should be really proud, man. Y'all show some love to Shayne Paul Music. If there are no more submissions tonight, that is going to call it. Let me know really quick if you are wanting to submit your music. Last chance for a submission, since it is the last one, and besides that, we'd be hopping off. It would be a 20 submission right now if you want to close out the live. Dude, thank you so much, Shayne. It's so good to see you, man. It's been a while since I've heard your music. Thank you so much for hopping in, man. I genuinely appreciate that so much. So if you would like a consultation, of course, let me know really quick before we close it out. Just give it a second so I can wait and make sure that you go through the submission process. Otherwise, we're going to go ahead. Sounds good, Derek. I might be live for a bit. I have some work I need to do earlier tomorrow, but I'll be doing probably a live tomorrow night. It'll be later. So if y'all have music, you have revisions on your music, you got stuff you need me to hear, definitely get your consultation in tomorrow. It'll be just in the afternoon. It'll be in the afternoon for sure. But I think that's gonna be it. I'm pretty sure. Beautiful. All right, y'all. I Love and appreciate y'all so much. Y'all are amazing. Thank y'all for the gifts. I know TikTok was super glitchy today, and that makes it really annoying. Thank you so much, Derek. I appreciate you, man. You as well. Y'all have an amazing, amazing rest of your night. I'll do a quick spiel before we hop off, just for those of you who are potentially interested. For those of you who don't know, or maybe it's your first time here, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. If you ever want to work on any project, let me know. That is what I do full-time, whether it's full production packages, mixing and mastering, session work. I've got live drums, guitar, bass, electric, synths, keyboard, piano, vocals, whatever it may be. If you're interested in working, shoot me a message on either TikTok, Instagram, or you can reach out through my website, theobsidiankey.com, and just shoot me a message through the contact form there, and we'll get connected, and we'll start diving into the details of your track, your budget, your timeline, stuff like that, and hopefully we'll be able to work with you very, very soon. I love and appreciate y'all so much. Hopefully we'll catch you in the live tomorrow. Y'all have an amazing rest of your night or day, whatever it is for you. Peace.